All right. How's everyone doing? How is everyone doing? Good morning, afternoon, or evening, or night. All right. So today we're going to take a painful topic, one that I've been needing to do, but I've just not wanted to do, and I kind of wanted to do it on stream, but I kind of wanted to do it not on stream. Was that of our authentication. Now, to make it more fun, what we're going to do is we're going to try a bunch of different editors and browsers. We've been talking about the things that are out there. You know what? We're also, let me update the title. This isn't even true. We're going to be talking terminals too. Terminals. Ooh. Okay. Terminals, editors, and browsers. It's going to be a terminal experience. While we do a slightly painful thing that I don't want to do. Now, our first browser that's up is Vivaldi. I have been recommended this. I have been told that I would like it. I'm on the fence, and it's over really stupid things so far. So I'm going to try to get over those really stupid things. But let's look at this. This is something, and I don't know. I was playing around last night with settings, but it's jerky. It's not smooth. The whole experience feels like it's not running smoothly, but the thing is, it is actually running smoothly. It's not taking tons of resources. It's not like pegging out one core or anything. It's running fine. You know, memory, Discord is using memory. CPU, this is probably going to be Microsoft Edge because I was logged into Twitch and all the things. So this is actually the thing that's monitoring it for me. So that makes sense. So it's running efficiently. You can see it's not up here. So it just, I don't like how that feels. And I know that that's being super nitpicky, but I don't like it. Don't like it. All right, let's move on. What's up? What's up? Dane, it's good to see you. What are we tracking the performance of? Okay, so let me start over for those of you that are just joining. No, it's okay. I actually got started streaming late. I was meeting a friend in real life. I know it's weird that I have those things. I'm not sure you guys know what that is, and that's okay. That's okay. I'll introduce you to it slowly. But so yeah, we went and had coffee. My goodness, coffee is expensive. It was $5. $5. I haven't made it except for at home for a very long time. Whew. Expensive. Anyways, we went and had coffee. So we didn't touch grass actually, but we were close. We were grass adjacent, which was good. So anyways, today I'm gonna do our auth rewrite that we've been painfully avoiding because I hate it. But while we do the painful painful auth rewrite that we need to do, I'm going to test browsers. I'm going to test terminals. So I got the new Warp terminal sitting here ready to go. We're going to test editors. I got Fleet installed. You know what? I discounted Fleet because I tried it a while ago. Yesterday, I played around with it just a little bit, and it has come a long way from the thing that I disliked. It has come quite a bit of ways, even to the point where, you know how our database, we have a Docker Compose configuration? We can actually run in with the debugger, the Docker Compose, and get, our distributed system running. So it's come a ways. So we're going to use all of them to do a little bit of auth. We're going to use Vivaldi today for our browsing needs. Now, I do have to warn you that I am using Edge to monitor. I wasn't logged into everything, okay, on Vivaldi to have the Twitch and the restream up and all of those things, and I just didn't have the time to set them all up. So I am cheating. I am currently running Edge. I didn't go to Starbucks. I went to a place called Heine Brothers. I would not have named my company Heine Brothers because my grandmother, who was very Italian, I'm second. It depends. I'm second generation Italian, second generation American. Heine was your derriere, was your butt. So I'm not sure I would have named my company Heine Brothers, but I think that's their last name. So I'm sorry because I just made fun of your last name. That was like childish of me, but I wouldn't have done it, is all I'm saying, because it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. Anyways, Heine Bros. I don't know. I don't know if it's a national. I think it's a big. I don't even know how to spell Heine Bros. Hi, brother, coffee. Okay. Well, anyways, I don't know. Didn't go to Starbucks. Anyways. So one thing, I was just trying out Vivaldi, and I wasn't looking at any metrics, but it feels to not run well. Heine, that's how it is. That's how it's spelled. Thank you. This is where I went. It was good. I don't really know coffee stores. Like I said, I haven't bought coffee. It was good. Was it $5 good? Probably not. But maybe it's just a Louisville thing. That's right. I accidentally supported a local company. I mean, it's where I've always gotten coffee if I've gone to get coffee, which is not often. Anyways, so today, while I thought that we would test out all of these new things, Warp, we're going to compare Warp to Alacrity as well as to WesTerm. We would also check out some of these other ones. So I know that we're looking for Zed to drop. And Zed's going to be very early when it hits for Linux, and that's fine. But I thought that this would be some cool... and I have an idea for... I've been kind of floundering with how to do YouTube, how to make fun educational content, and I think... And I've been talking to Togglebit about this, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make my YouTube channel more informative. So we're going to make some fun informative, like having battles of the AIs and videos on those, having battles of the terminals, having battles of the code editors, whatnot, making videos on them with my thoughts that are informative, but not really educational and are kind of fun. And then I'm going to make educational stuff. So actually next Saturday, we're going to kick that off. We're going to do a double hitter. We're going to do I want to do practical Rust and practical Kubernetes. where we actually just go through the things and make applications. And I'm going to make videos, and those are going to go to my YouTube as well. But I'm going to do them on Twitch first, Twitch and YouTube live first, where we just go through and actually make the things. And then those will just be highly educational, not trying to be fun or anything like that. The fun content will be there to help people find the channel, help people that just want to see fun, informative content. Whether we split them into 2 different YouTube channels because, maybe one person doesn't like both, I don't know. I don't know yet, but that's what we're going to give it we're going to give it a shot. We're going to give it a try. We're going to see how people like it. You make coffee at home, Void Matrix? Cool. I make coffee at home too. I've recently been exploring roasting my own. I do a little bit of that, do a very little bit of that. And there's a guy who roasts down the street that I get most of my coffee from. And then I get this once a month. I get 1 bag from some random place in the world, which is kind of cool and fun. Westterm is cool. I actually really like Westterm. I do pour over, absolutely. So I have a chemistry background, and what a lot of people don't realize is making a cup of coffee the same every single time is actually just a chemical extraction. It's just a chemical extraction, which is really cool. So I like pour over because it gives me a lot of control over the things. I also like doing cold brew, but I also do it by a timer because I love that chemical extraction theory that goes with it. So I actually do a pour over straight into my cup. I don't have any fancy equipment. I put this on the scale. I measure everything out, and then I have a little thing that sits on top to adapt it, and just pour over straight into my cup. So I will have, what? One of these times we'll have to do I want to program my roast. I don't have the money for it right now, but one of the things I want to get is I want to get this R1 bullet. And the really cool thing is with this is we can actually program it. We can actually program it and adjust it and do temperature curves with it. I think that this would be a ton of fun. It's ridiculously expensive, so I can't afford it right now. But when I can afford this is something we're doing, and we're going to have a stream on it as we roast some probably some fantastically terrible coffee at first. And then hopefully, we get a null blend. That's what we're going to shoot for, is a null blend. But yeah, that's it. Anyways, yeah. But yeah, so we're just gonna hang out today a little bit. I know that we have to do this auth, and I've been putting it off because I hate auth. We originally had a different auth provider, and so we're gonna rip out that auth provider and go with Clark for a number of reasons already covered. Next week we're going to continue on. Hopefully, actually, once this auth stuff is done, we can look at doing more fun stuff with the null cloud where people can actually log in. So, it won't be so private. It won't be so private to me. Oh, it still sucks, but it's fine. Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear the old man laugh? Thank you for following Void Matrix. And there is your own AI-generated message, custom to you. Nobody else will get that message. We do our own stream. Did you guys actually hear it, though? I want to make sure that's coming to the stream because I heard it. And we had a problem where it wasn't going out to the stream. You like Rust? Cool. So we do Rust and Go. Hello there, YouTube. I see some YouTubers in chat. How are you doing today? All right. So yeah, we're switching to Clark. It'll be fun. We'll see how it goes. I will probably leak something I'm not supposed to. And we'll have to reset it. That's how it's gonna go. Have you guys used Warp before? I was trying to use it, and there's like the one cool thing where you can do pound or sharp or whatever you want to call it. I refuse to call it hashtag. And this is like the one cool thing, which to me feels like a gimmick, but it is actually cool. You could be like, how do I find the file bob.txt on my file system? And it's gonna give you a recommendation. Like, this is cool, but what I was thinking is, this is like a app we could write. We could create a command line chat GPT that wraps it and does this. So it feels weird to have this as an entire terminal, because as I've played around with it, it doesn't do terminal stuff very well. Like, if we wanted to use Zellage, we could. But now that's all broken. Like, it's not the terminal anymore. We don't have the power of Warp. So it kind of forces you not to use a terminal multiplexer. I'm assuming Tmux is the same way. Dane, it doesn't do Tmux well either. Yeah, so this is where, like, partially, I would prefer the Warp team. And I'm saying this. I've used it all of 2 days now. Or 1 day. I used it yesterday and today. Today will be my second day. Thanks for the follow. Did you guys hear that? You guys didn't tell me if you heard it. Did you guys hear the old man laugh? Sweet goodness. We have Twitch alerts that have sound. I'm pumped about that because we had a bug where we had a bug and the sounds weren't going through. So we never knew when somebody new followed. Thanks for the follow. And there's your automated AI message. That is an evil laugh. We actually vote. We're actually in the middle of voting on Discord for Twitch alert sounds. So far, we're having the noise that when you dial out from the Matrix, dial-up noise, the Horn of Gondor, and Back to the Future's 23 gigawatts. If those are the only things recommended for our Twitch alerts, we can actually use all of them. One for subscribe, one for follow, one for whatever. Anyways, but we made our own. Let's see. What is Zellage? Zellage is a terminal multiplexer, just like Tmux is. So like we could do Zellage here, and we could make basically some tabs in here if we wanted to. So like we could be in here. I haven't actually customized my environment here any for it. So this is actually weird. I'm hitting Alt, and this should switch between my tabs. It should switch between my tabs, but it doesn't in Warp. Warp must be not passing it through correctly. Because I was just going to show you. Let's see. What do we have over here? We can close this for right now. No, I actually wanted you to close. So in something like Alacrity, if you do Zellage, and we open up a new tab, we can go back and forth between them. So LS is over here, and we use this for testing some stuff. So classically, our Twitch alerts, to test them, you have to run a mock server, you have to run some other stuff. And so like we'll run the Twitch mock server over here. So we'll do something like Twitch not mock API events start server. What is it called? Anyways, we would start the server over here, and then, you know, we can switch between it, but it's running, and we can see the logs and stuff from it. This is just a terminal multiplexer. That's all it is. It appears that Warp does not play well with this at all. Like, it's makes Zelid useless. Now, that being said, it does have its own tabs that you can use. So we can switch between tabs here. So it's maybe not a huge deal. It's a little disappointing because there's more uses to a terminal multiplexer than what I just said. One of the cool things that you can do with like tmux is you can start a session, you can close it, and then you can reattach to that session, which is another really powerful thing. Another thing that I would like to do is you can basically set up workspaces. So like when we're debugging Twitch alerts and we need to have all those things started up, we could actually build a profile to do that automatically for us. We haven't done that, but we could. Those are some of the powerful things with it. You're a Helix user? I haven't used Helix. You know what? I didn't install Helix either. I didn't install Helix. Maybe I should have. Yeah, we do have a Discord. Let me post the link to it. I need to actually repost that link so it goes to YouTube as well. So you can go here to join our Discord if you like. We chat about Kubernetes, Rust, Go, software engineering as a whole. We like to hate on JavaScript. Okay. So Void Matrix, I think there are two types of people, and I know that I'm grossly grouping everybody into two large groups. But there are two types of people when it comes to dark mode. Dark mode. Where is dark mode? I'm sorry, new browser. Where's dark mode? It's in here. Oh, wait. I saw it. Why am I struggling to see the stupid dark? Okay. There are two types of people. There are people who love very custom, very built to them. Love custom built for them. And then there are people that like things to just work. Now, if we're Venn diagramming this, there's also another thing of like UIs and using a mouse. Probably something like this, but I was keeping it simple and grossly. But as I see it, there's like these two main things that really drive what somebody will like. I feel like Vim is sitting over on here. Vim, NeoVim, whatnot, all of the derivatives. And then Helix is sitting over here. Where Helix doesn't have the ability to customize it just like you want, nearly as much as Vim. I'm not saying that you can't customize it at all or anything like that. I haven't used it a whole bunch. I touched it once a long time ago, like when it first came out. And then Vim, you're like, it can do anything, but it does nothing right now. What would you like it to do? And you kind of sit in these two camps. And you know, you can have your fleet is sitting over, down here. Your fleet, VS Code. Emacs is, people that like Emacs, they're over here. Yeah, I don't know where Emacs sits. We're not doing that. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for following. Welcome. You know what I have thought? See how our little graphic is there? I want to do it like a 2D pixel art. I want to do it like a little 2D pixel art where it's like a brick wall back like this with the text, like your follow text. And then what I'd like to do is get like a few like rock pillars, right? Like this with flames on the top. Watch this. Watch me draw here. Whoa. Oh, beautiful. That is like that. And so like subscribers will get a different color flame. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And then you'll have like the D&D style text, welcome, like follow and subscribe text in the background with like these flames. Like make it feel like Dungeons and Dragons, since that's what like the text is. It will feel a little bit more akin to what it is. Flask with Notepad++. Okay, I don't know where to put Notepad++ on here. Can you edit that? I feel like it just works as much as we can say that. We're gonna put Notepad++ over here too. Okay, we're coming back over here. What do I code? I code a bunch of things. The thing that we're working on today is the nullcloud.io. So my goal is over the next few years, we're going to build a cloud provider to take on Amazon, GCP, and the likes. It's a one-man team, but very passionate about the current state of cloud innovation. The thing that we do is we do stuff with this, and we also learn while doing it. We learn about topics about distributed computation. We actually do some of the things of distributed computation. And right now we're doing auth, which sucks because I don't like front end. I'm not front end is too difficult for me. Give me consensus any day. Just last week, we finished our Raft consensus algorithm with a distributed database. I say finished. It's not a production. It was for education. But we did that in Rust. A lot of the null cloud is in Go. Yeah, I'm getting a split keyboard. That's something that's going to happen. I don't know when it will ship, but when it does, I'm going from this full keyboard to a split keyboard, and I'm going to try a new keyboard layout. I've been talking about going Colmac, but then people were like, no, don't do Colmac because it sucks for English, and there's something else. And so I haven't decided what layout, but I'm going to try a new layout. We're going to try it. You're going to get to see, I already type slowly. You're going to get to see me go from slow to painful. And you know what? I'm going to say that day only, all jokes are welcome, because I realize I'm going to be typing like my 8-year-old is going to be a faster typer. She takes typing, she does typing, and she's going to be a faster typer than I will be that day. So all jokes welcome that day. Can you show us your monkey type speed? I can. Do you want me to prove that I'm a slow typer? I feel like that's not, like when somebody says, I can type 200 words per minute, that's when you ask them to prove. Like when somebody comes out and says, wow, I'm one of the slowest people on the track. You don't really have to prove that, right? Like, I'm confused. I can show you. I mean, like you also watch me type, so you know that I type slowly. I mean, I don't know. It's not yeah, we can do that if that's something that we want to do. We'll do some monkey type speed. Okay. So I think the first thing is I think warp is garbage. I mean that nicely. I think this is cool where you can ask it things. I think it's cool, but that seems more like a command line utility than a whole thing. Than a whole terminal. Thank you for coming to your senses. Wait, what did I come to my senses about? Warp? I didn't know that people disliked it that much. I was kind of excited about it. And like, I like that you can ask it things, but like you can ask ChatGPT things too. It almost feels like it should have been a command line thing. Like, if we had a command line tool called like ask or, help as the command line tool, how do I, that would actually be kind of cool. I actually don't see myself using this. I might try to use it a little bit, but if we did Vim in it, it's nothing great, and it wastes space up here. Whereas, like, if I do Vim over here in WesTerm or Alacrity, we can even do this full screen, and there's no wasted space or anything. I don't know. Just doesn't seem that great. Oh, Scott B. Looking at the words of wisdom there. There's a program called TGPT that is terminal AI, and it's pretty good. That's what, like, the entire time I was sitting here in this, that's what I was thinking. I was like, this whole thing, don't reinvent the browser or the terminal. Now, if I was on Mac, the Mac terminal is actually pretty garbage. I might, in my opinion, I know there's people that are probably very dear to it, but the base Mac terminal is pretty bad. So I might actually like this on a Mac. But yeah. Yeah. All right, anyways. Okay. You see Vim user and you respect, well, don't respect me too much. My history is in Windows. I joined a company called SUSE, which makes a Linux distribution. Now, I worked on their Kubernetes product, not their OS. And I never learned Vim. And so this year, I decided I was going to learn Vim. And I have just, since the new year, I have used nothing but Vim for my streams. Now, that still means I only use it 3 times a week because I stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. I also stream Sunday, but I just cover the news. I don't use Vim. So I haven't made tons of progress, but I do leverage it. Oh, you use iTerm on Mac? Okay. The cool Twitch kids are using VS Code. So I use VS Code. That's like what I did all of my programming when I was programming on Kubernetes. I did all of that on VS Code. That's what we've done that's what the original, that's my go-to. But I also like, because I do some educational content, when I do it, I like doing it in VS Code, or, I might try using Fleet. I just reinstalled Fleet. I tried it when it first came out, and it was pretty garbage. At this point, it's actually a lot better than it was. This needs to be embiggened. There we go. It's a lot better than it was. So we might give it a try, another try. I'd like to be less beholden to my Microsoft overlords, but I don't know if Fleet is any good. I'm not saying it is any good. I just reinstalled it to just give it a try. So we'll play around with it and see. I'm still learning NeoVim, so I'm not going to go and bail, but it doesn't mean that I won't open this up for a little debugging. One thing that I haven't learned to do really well in Rust yet in NeoVim, it's something that NeoVim can do. I'm not saying NeoVim can't do it. I haven't done it. Is like, hey, I just want to debug this function. Can I just start this with a debugger? Fleet makes this really easy. I can click this, and I can click debug and run this. That's pretty cool. And that's pretty nice, especially for a new person. Getting into Vim, setting Vim up to do it, and all of that is a lot of work, whereas this is actually pretty nice. Now, my educational content will probably continue to stay in, even if I loved Fleet, it's a paid product. And what I love about making free educational content for people is not making them pay for it. Is 100% not making them pay for it. Now, I didn't set any breakpoints, so it's just going. But so I would probably not do those things in a paid product, even if I liked it and wanted to use it to create the null cloud. And I used it on stream. My educational stuff would probably still stay VS Code because it's friendly for new people to get up and going with it. It's free, and a bunch of things like that. So. Termux, anybody? Probably don't. All right, so I did actually want to try Fleet. I wanted to try Fleet today. I thought it's done pretty well with Rust, but what I'd love to do is actually open a new workspace with the UI. Let's see, code, Eddington. Just see how it supports. So right now, one of the things I have to say with Fleet is that it doesn't have plugin support yet. They say it's on the roadmap, that it's coming, that plugins will be a thing, but it doesn't have it right now. So basically, it's only what it supports out of the box. Right now, it supports Go, Rust, TypeScript, and JavaScript. So it supports everything I need, but that is one thing to note. There is no plugin support. So if there's something you want and it doesn't have, you're out of luck right now. Now, one thing that is cool is you can put this anywhere you want. You want your files over here? Cool. You want your files down here? You can do it. Check that out. I don't want this. Let's see. We could have the terminal down here. So it's coming along. I don't know how I like the files on the right and the code over here. I feel like it's superior because the code's always in the same position. Then it always, but I don't know. I've always had it on the right. Let's try it on the left. Let's try it on the right. Let's see. Okay, so a question on YouTube was, Merrick, what is the most advantage of Vim? I think VS Code is also good. I agree that I think VS Code is very good. And if you're a developer and, my children, this is what, I do like Vim so far. But you can only learn so many things at a time. And if you're trying to learn to code, trying to learn Vim motion on top of that might be too much. My children are learning Python because it's easier for them to learn. They don't have to know as many things like memory management and stuff like that. And they're learning to type, so they also don't want to learn Vim motions as well. If I put all of that things on it, it might hurt their little brains and scare them away. I think if I had to answer this, the real power is Vim motions and never using your mouse. So over here in something like Fleet, it's maybe a little bit more difficult without a lot of custom keybinds that you'd have to memorize anyways, which then you're basically doing Vim. To let's say here, I wanted to go to Pages, Dashboard, and I wanted to open this dashboard.view. I had to context switch. I had to take my hand off the keyboard, come back over here, and click where I wanted to go. I want to do this in Vim. It's very much different. I hit space F to open up this. So very, very quick. Space FF. And then which did we actually open up? We were doing the dashboard. All I really have to do is type dashboard and enter. And I'm here editing. I didn't have to context switch. I didn't have to touch my mouse. It's very powerful, very quick, and you can get very, very, very fast with it. I'm not very fast with it. I'm very slow with it. If we go back over here and look at, let's open up a larger file. We'll open up the package JSON. That's not actually that large. I was expecting it to be, but there's a lot of navigation that you can do. So if you see right now, I'm going between these curly braces. So let's say I wanted to jump to the top of that. You can. If I wanted to go between these two, I can do that as well. So I'm just now at the top up here, and now I'm down here. If I wanted to select everything between these, I have multiple ways of doing it very quickly with very few keystrokes. So it's a little bit better on your wrists if you're having some problems with that. If you have a good ergonomic keyboard, I guess that is. And so you can be very fast with it. Do you have to have it? Do you have to learn it? I think the answer is no. I don't want anybody to feel pressured to learn it because I'm learning it. I think that it is a good skill to have. Another great thing about Vim that is under talked about, let's say I SSH into one of the null servers over here. So we could do 10.1.1.10, right? Do I want a Vim right here? Because I can. And now, while this doesn't have all of my configurations, all the same Vim motions still work here. So we could open up this K0s YAML and do all of the same things in here, which is, again, super powerful when you're talking about like a remote machine. So I think it's a really good thing to know. Even if you don't know it really, really well, knowing it decently is good. Getting everybody ready for the null cloud. I mean, the null cloud sucks, but I'm not gonna lie. It's one of the worst clouds to date. But it's not a cloud, it's a raindrop. Look, it's a very private cloud right now. And as we have mentioned before, it has had 0 security incidences in its entirety of life. 0 security incidences. So we've never been hacked yet. Don't try, please. Please don't try. Actually, I later on, once it's actually available for people to log into and stuff, I actually am going to run. My plan is to do like an educational hacking thing and open it up to people to try to hack, because I think it would be fun. My only thing will be that they have to like actually document the whole hack and let me do like a video on it, for us to learn if they're able to. The hope is that they won't be able to, but mistakes happen. Do I like Vivaldi? I don't know. I'm trying it. We're trying it. I don't like that it limits me to only opening this far, which is okay. It's also a little jerky. It feels like it's running poorly, even though it's running fantastically. It jerks a little. Can you see that jerking? I don't know why it does that, but it does that. And it feels like it's not running smoothly, but it's running really smoothly. We've been testing. The tab grouping. So I use tab grouping really heavily for the null news, where I group like security and then like software news and then cloud news. So I do that. And if we look at another one like Edge, one of the things that I love about Edge is, let's say we open up a couple things, and this is like AWS. So like we're looking through some of the stuff here, and we've got some stuff, and we're going to group these. We can go here and we can go to a new tab group, and it's already picked cloud because it knows what I want. And then it's actually really easy to then add these into that group, and then I can move this group around the different groups. So if I want to talk about something big in cloud, I can move that to the top. And then, we can switch through the different tabs really easily. I like it for that. So Vivaldi has these workspaces, new workspace. I haven't quite played around with this yet. You know what? Oh, you know what? I didn't put on our background music. I'm wearing headphones, like I'm listening to something. I'm listening to the Twitch alerts. That's what I'm listening to. But I forgot to put on. Our background. Let me get that. Okay, I was going to try to tab groups. Let's see. Okay, that's right. I noticed that they don't have tab groups here, but they did have workspaces. New workspace, test. But a workspace, like, I guess I could, do one for like security. I guess I could do this. Cloud. And then I could just switch between these. Like, so all the security ones in here. Can I add this to move tab to workspace? So yeah, I could organize through this. I don't think that this is quite as convenient to me. Okay, it's getting a little spicy. Let's keep it civil. Let's keep it a little. Let's keep it a little chill, like this music. All right. This is, are you talking about Stream Beats? Is it It's Harris something. Heller, not Keller. Harris Heller. Yes. If you guys don't know who Harris Heller is, this is a fantastic service that he provides. That is pretty fantastic. I get to play this with no copyright claims for you guys, so my VODs don't get muted. You can go check him out. It's called Stream Beats. By Harris Heller. All right. All right. Let's Dutch, you wish you had you probably wish you had Dane's shipping. Dane literally bought something at like 10 p.m. and it got to him like 8 a.m. the next day. I don't know what backroom deals happened to make that happen, but it was amazing. I was amazed. And yeah. By FedEx. I don't like FedEx. Yeah, it was straight from road. It was wild. It was wild. I was super impressed. Also, I feel bad because I'm like, what worker was... They had to have somebody sit there packing, I guess, night shift. All right. We were going to do this. Not this. Where is Clark? I had Clark View up. Did I close it? Clark. Sorry, Clark. I want to say Clark for some reason every single time. Every single time. Thank you. I can't actually listen to what goes to stream. I just can look at little... Yeah, so I have no idea. Thanks for letting me know. Anytime that the music is too loud or whatnot, just let me know. And I'll fix it. All right. Okay, let's get started. What do we want to... Oh, you know what? We were talking about Helix, weren't we? Do we want to install Helix? This could go badly. So long story short, what are we doing and why? I explained this one other time, but we'll explain it now. The Null Cloud is an open source project. So Null Cloud is a open source project. Most of the components are, at least. And in the Null Cloud, there are some things that happen in it. But we have this ingress that sits here. And then there's a bunch of components that sit back here and do stuff. Random stuff. So we'll just say that this is ingress. Things. This is the null channel. This is merit counts. You get really descriptive things. All right. So, and then we have a front end that's sitting out here. Now, originally, we set this front end up with a project called Ori. I love Ori, and this is in no way a slight to Ori, but it doesn't work for what I want to do right now. Ori uses an opaque token, not a JWT. So what does this mean? Well, it means that either I can handle auth in these using the Ori library to deal with the opaque token. The opaque token has to go call to a server to be validated. This brings a lot of great benefits, like the ability to invalidate somebody's token immediately. It can be invalidated immediately, which is something that's actually difficult with a JWT, although there are workarounds. And this is what I was originally doing. So the Ori frontend sent this opaque token, and it was just being handled here. But that meant anybody that was using the null cloud had to use Ori. Even though Ori is an open source project, it was locking my whole thing to Ori. And I didn't really like that. I didn't really like that. Then we spent a weekend trying to get Ori to give us a JWT. And while it may be possible, they weren't. I only had the $35 a month account, and I didn't have an enterprise account, and it wasn't like they were going to sit there and hold my hand. That's the truth of the matter. Their system is probably possible of doing this, and if you have an enterprise account, you can probably get them to help you do this, so that we could send a JWT back here, we could validate that JWT here, and then these backend services didn't need to care about the authentication at all. Because I couldn't get it to work and their documentation on it isn't working, we're just switching to Clerk. Oh, you guys are really getting a little feisty. Warp is kind of hot garbage. I actually agree with that one. Maybe enough for me to make a YouTube video on it. Quite possibly. Okay, so this is the problem we're solving. And because of this, we're switching from the Ori front end or the auth to Clerk. I've never used Clerk before. I heard good things about it. We're going to give it a try. We're going to see. But the nice thing that this does is this right here is just a JWT. And what this provides is a backend project that anybody can go and run, and all they have to do is provide their JWT. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Mayor counts. Isn't it dangerous? What are you saying is dangerous? What is dangerous? I do a lot of dangerous stuff, like stream. It's dangerous for my career. You don't want to go full ham and go Keycloak? No. So eventually, Ori is actually an open source project. I actually think one of the things of Null Cloud is to provide seamless auth, so your app doesn't have to provide auth. Like you can make an app without auth and get auth using the Null Cloud for free. That's the idea and hope. And I might use Ori to actually power that because it's also an open source project. Keycloak is also an open source project. We could, but I don't know. I don't want to manage it right now myself. Oh, making videos criticizing business owners? I don't criticize business owners. I give my opinions on stuff. And generally, I'm actually very, very cognizant that people have... So go watch my HTMX video and tell me if that's... So you can go to the Null Labs. I don't know why it says Null Labs YouTube. It's just Null Labs. One second. This is the link. And I'm critical there on HTMX. I'm critical of some of the assumptions that it makes. But I don't think that I'm ever critical of the people that made it. Generally, I like to call out the good things. Like, I think that the fact that in Warp, you can... In Warp, you can do stuff like, hey, how do I do this thing? And I'll call that out in the video, that this is awesome. That I absolutely love this. But that, as far as the terminal goes, I don't love the terminal because they conflated the two ideas. And if it was me, I would love to see them make a Warp command line. I would like to see Warp become a thing that I can call with, how do I do this thing? I am equally as critical with my own stuff. There is stuff that I make that is absolute garbage that I think was a good idea and isn't a good idea. I'm not critical to shame somebody of trying something. I'm critical because I take a point where I want to help people understand the tech that they use. Too often, I think people use... Kubernetes is a great one. I love Kubernetes. I've made a ton of videos about Kubernetes because I like Kubernetes. But I think that people feel like they need to use Kubernetes because it's the hot thing, it's the cool thing, cool kids are doing it and whatnot, and you don't. Kubernetes has its own problems, and I like to talk about Kubernetes problems because it is something I love. I probably am more critical of the things that I like and care about than I am of the things that I don't care about. If you want to talk about the next crappy JavaScript framework, I don't care, and I'm probably not going to talk about it. Making garbage is a good idea. Look, failing is good and failing sucks. Failing sucks. It's still not a bad thing. When you fail, you learn something that doesn't work. You learn all of these things don't work. They suck because of X, Y, Z, and whatnot, and you take your lessons from it. And then you can make something that's maybe a little bit better up here. That's not a hard fail. That doesn't mean that these don't suck, and it doesn't mean that, like, whatnot. Take HTMX, for example. For example, HTMX. Look up intercooler. Intercooler was HTMX 1.0. HTMX is just an iteration on it. Intercooler made things that weren't as good as HTMX. It's probably what I would call a failure. It's not good. HTMX is much better than intercooler. But you have to make this garbage first. And I'm not calling intercooler.js garbage. Obviously, they were trying something new, whatnot. But that's what you have to do. That's my point, is you do this. And HTMX is an iteration on it. And I think HTMX, in my video, has some really cool concepts that you can learn from. And maybe we can make an HTMX 3.0, or maybe it's named something else, building on top of that. There's nothing you're going to give me that's worth my money? Oh, you're referring to paying for a terminal. Oh gosh, I was like, I don't know, Dutch. I haven't tried to sell you something yet. Oh, I'm not good at reading chat either. I'm not great at it. That coffee didn't go down well at all. My goodness. Is HTMX worth it? HTMX is worth it if you like it. If you like it, go for it. You can watch my video. I'm critical of it. I think you can do amazing things with it if you want to. That's not a problem. I'm not a power user. Arch just works. Yeah? Arch just works for me. I'm not a power user. I'm a Linux dum-dum. If I was a power user, I'd be using Pop OS. Hey, we have a Fedora user. How are you liking Fedora? You say Ubuntu is pretty bloaty, Dutch, but I think it's a great gateway drug for people getting started on Linux. If I had to install Arch the first time without ever using Ubuntu before that, I don't think I would be using Linux at this point. Like, Arch is not nearly as friendly. Even though I'm not a power user, I'm not completely Linux dumb. You know, apt and even I hate Snap, but Snap is easy. Snap makes things like VS Code and things like that easy. So I think Ubuntu has a lot of things going for it for new people to Linux. I do agree that it's kind of bloaty when you get to like actually being able to do stuff yourself. McMine, you're using Nix. How are you liking that? As like a desktop. So I think one of these things we're gonna do, I think we're gonna do some like follower goals for Twitch and YouTube. And I think one of them is going to be, it's something that I've wanted to do anyways. I want to do Linux from scratch. So I want to do a couple of streams where we do a Linux from scratch. We're going to make a null distribution just for us. It's not going to be, it's going to be for educational purposes. We're going to just do it as a series of streams. We're going to make our own Linux distribution. One for learning for my part. I think it will be really good for me, and hopefully it will be good for other people. So I think that I might set this up as like a follower goal. You know, I have 305 followers right now. Maybe we'll set some like 1,000 followers. So, something, nothing paid, nothing. Just make it a little bit of fun. There we go. McMine going towards that goal. And we'll just do like maybe I'll take a day off of work and we'll do like 3 days of just Linux from scratch. See what we can't get done. Something like that. I think it'd be fun. If people would be interested, what I can do is after doing the streams where we do all the stuff and have all the problems, we could maybe make a video out of that. Yeah. You really want a package manager? It's not a Linux to use. I think would be the important part here is my job is to be able to spin it up in a VM and ping something with it. Ping google.com. I don't know. We'll come up with some requirements. I want it to be very minimum. Not too minimum, but like yeah, but pretty minimum. I want to keep it like we're not trying to make an actual distribution. We're trying to learn Linux better. That's the goal, is to learn Linux better. All right. So anyways, that's maybe what we'll do as our first follower goal. So we get up to 1,000 followers, which is more than double, more than triple what we currently have. We'll do this. It'll be a fun little goal to go to. That also gives me some time to prepare. I got to take some time to prepare for that. I mean, I'm not going to do it before we do it on stream, but I'm going to read quite a bit. So that at least I have a good idea where we're going for the stream. All right, let's see. We're looking at clerk, not Clark, clerk. Anyways, I am critical of things. I'm not critical of people. I like to take things as a learning, a chance to learn. So I think talking about what I like about Warp and what I don't like about Warp is fine. And actually, if the people that make it actually care, they would care about my opinion. Because I don't think that I'm alone in thinking like, well, it does terminal stuff worse than everything that's actually a terminal. And it has this one feature that's maybe cool. They could focus on that if they really wanted to make that feature cool. And forget about the terminal and make it something that can plug into terminals, that can be leveraged. And they're more than welcome to talk about how they can't log into the null cloud. You try to sign up, it's gonna fail. I promise you, it's gonna fail. You can go there right now, it's not gonna work. Most likely. Actually, it's gonna fail no matter what. You can actually get it to create you an account, but it will still return a failure, which is fantastic. This is what I needed. I don't remember if I did this. Can I just do update? Let's update all of our dependencies. I am not a Vue developer. We picked Vue to learn Vue. It seems cool. I know there's maybe some like cooler ones like Svelte. Like I said, I'm not actually a fan of HTMX. I actually did HTMX because I thought I was going to take this from Vue and use HTMX, but I ended up not liking HTMX. So that's, you know, that's always a thing. .1.1.1.1 is is Cloudflare's DNS. The Warp is their app that they do where they do like VPN and stuff, which uses 1.1.1, but Warp is a little different. Warp is their app, and it uses 1.1.1.1, but 1.1.1.1 is just a DNS. You can set your home up to use it. My home actually uses this, and then it falls back to Google, and then it falls back to whatever the my hosting provider provides. But I don't use the app. This is just my router is configured that way. Why is that not creating it? You piece of garbage. Oh. It probably did. And it's under a git ignore, which this won't show git ignore stuff. Can we open it if we type it manually? Let's see. No. And this won't even, because it's under a git ignore. Okay, cool. There we go. I got a new key. Yeah, so Vue is still split up in the two different approaches. Thanks for the follow. We're gonna get better. Oh no, it's a raid. Modprog, I didn't know that you were streaming. What were you streaming? What were you streaming? He was probably streaming the counter typing down. That's fantastic. How are you doing, Togglebit? How was it coming along, Modprog? So, Modprog, you and I need to do a stream together. Well, that's good. It didn't work until the timer ran out, then it just started magically working. That's fantastic. So, Modprog, we need to do a stream together because I need to learn how to do procedural macros in Rust. And it looks scary, and I know that you're pretty good at them. So I think that would be a fun thing to do together, if you're up for it sometime. We'll have to think of a fun thing to do with them, something fun to try to do. But I definitely need to learn them. I would so something I've talked to Togglebit about, which he's not here, so we'll just leave him a message. But one of the things that I've been wanting to do some more educational content, and I know that all my streams are somewhat educational, but I'd like to be making some videos for YouTube. And we were talking about educational isn't really supposed to be fun, and it's hard to make a fun and educational video, but it's easy to make an informative video fun. And so I've been thinking on that that conversation that I had with him. And so what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to stop worrying about trying to make the educational stuff fun, and I'm going to focus on making it really good, and forget about making it fun. And I know that YouTube likes fun, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make informative videos beside the educational videos that are fun, informative videos about random stuff around software development, and we'll see how that works. I don't know. Maybe people won't like that there's two different things, but we'll see. But my thing is, we could do something with thanks for the follow. We could do something with procedural macros, and we could do something, and hopefully I can do a little like 5-part series on Rust procedural macros, or maybe I could help you do it. If you want to do it, that'd be great. I'd love to help. What's the best IDE for Rust dev? It's the IDE that you feel most comfortable in. That's the best one for Rust. You get the IDE that actually supports Rust, and that's the best one. If you love Vim, if you love Helix, both of them have great support for Rust. If you like VS Code, there's great support for Rust. If you like Visual Studio, I don't know if it has good support for Rust, but you do you. Let's learn Haskell and OCaml. I have promised everybody an OCaml stream at some point. People think that I would like OCaml. We'll see when that happens. Maybe on one of the Saturdays where I just don't feel like doing anything productive. RWX Rob. Hey, it's good to see you. I know that I think I rated you the other night. It was late. It was late for me. It was very late for me. You were talking about your biking backpack. RWX Rob, I was doing the same thing. I was streaming pretty late. It was like 3 a.m. for me. It was pretty late. How are you doing? Thanks for the follow. Russell, how are you doing today? I need to get a better sound for the follow. It's the evil grandpa laugh that we have right now. We just got sounds working, so the whole Twitch alerts are were all written in Rust. We wrote them all here live on Twitch. We wrote Twitch alerts on Twitch. So yeah, this was we were working on this this last week. We just got Twitch alerts to have sound, which is fantastic. And yeah, I'm actually pretty happy. It still needs work. It still needs work, but definitely happier with where they are. We have sound now. They're a little bit shorter, so they're a little bit easier to read. They actually say what the person did instead of being vague. And they're all like generated personally with an AI, so. Yeah, Scott B, that's kind of my feeling is like, don't worry about what editor the cool kids are using. If you like Vim, do Vim. But if you don't, then don't feel pressured to do it. Thank you so much for those subscriptions, RWX Rob. 5 community subs. Look at this. We even fixed this. This was a problem. This was a problem where the subs would like step on each other. We got the queue working. We figured out queues on Thursday night. We figured queues out. Thank you so much. I appreciate it a lot. Now, for everybody that's new and just watching, I actually generally have used VS Code. I wasn't a Linux developer until later in my career. And I worked on Windows, I know. And thank you so much for those subscriptions. I super appreciate it. Yeah, Russell knows. There was one other time where we got some gift subs, and it just ran through the queue. Like, it was just like one right after another. It was pretty devastating because I felt pretty bad for the person who did that. And I wrote some buggy software. So they didn't get all the credit they deserved. But we fixed it. Thank you so much. So I never learned Vim until very recently. So this January, I decided I was going to give Vim a good effort to learn, to understand, and learn Vim motions. I have actually really enjoyed learning Vim motions, really enjoyed it. I'm still not good at it. I'm not fast at it. But I have liked what I've learned so far. And I have enjoyed doing it. And I would encourage people that if they want to explore, want to learn, it's great. I think it's actually really an interesting way to learn how editors work as well, because you kind of get to build your own editor. I used Kickstart. I used Kickstart, and that was a great start. But you learn about the language servers and those types of things. But you don't need to do it. And if you like VS Code, come over here and use VS Code. I have it installed. We're gonna actually, we opened up Fleet. We're trying Fleet again. We tried it when it first came out, and it was pretty rough. It looks much better now. It looks much better. I don't really know. I haven't used it yet, but it looks better. You're obsessed with Vim filters? You know what, RWX Rob? I'm obsessed with trying to learn how to select this without doing what I just did. I think I can do it with what? No, that goes to that one. That was not what I meant to do. I'm getting better about it, but I'm still not great on the Vim motions. I'm getting good where it's like I can do like this and do whatever. But yeah, I'm still learning. Oh, you use Tmux. Oh, you know what, RWX Rob, I have respect. You know your terminal way better than I do. So %, if I'm on the bracket, %, will shift. That will switch me between those two. And if I do V and then % there, okay. But I have to be on the bracket. I think there's some way to like select the stuff inside the bracket without being on the bracket, but I don't remember it. Tmux plus Vim is awesome. Like I said, mad respect. You guys go give Rob a follow. Also, you know what? Let's give shout out to ModProg who just rated us. Yeah, Rob, RWX Rob, it's a community, so I'm happy to give the shout outs. You know what? I streamed to exactly like 2 people for like a year, until Togglebit rated me. Not joking. Togglebit is awesome. Can we all agree on that? I can't give multiple shout outs, but Togglebit is also awesome. All right, there is an ad. I'm gonna run get a drink. I'll be right back. Listen a little bit to the music. Where are the ads? Well, if you got one of those subs, you don't get ads. I think that's how it works. I don't know if you got one. Or if your country doesn't have them, like if they don't have an ad to show. I know that happens. So a lot of the times, like if you're not in the US or Europe or China, you don't get an ad. You want your precious ad? What is this, yachts? Thank you so much for the follow. Insomnia? What's insomnia? I assume talking about curl and postman, you're talking about something that tests APIs or calls them. Is it open source? I'd never heard of it before. I've used Postman. So like I have a Postman for the null cloud. So with our work here, whatever. So I've used this. I don't use it a ton, but does Arch have a package of Insomnia? I'll just install it right now. So what's the difference? Oh, okay. So this is a fork of Insomnia that doesn't have login. Sweet. It's on Arch. Cool. I'll look at it. I haven't used it. I've just used Postman. That's pretty much all I use at this point. I'll check it out. I've enjoyed Postman. I'll be interested in seeing Insomnia's take on it. Another one that I've actually really liked as of late is this one isn't necessarily that, but is K6. I've been using this for at work for some API testing. And I actually really like it. Not to be confused with K9. Right. We use K9 too. There's our Twitch alerts. Actually, we can just go and see the the logs. Wait. Anyways, yeah, not to be confused. And not, I think there's a school, a private school called K-12, like an online school. Wait, Rob, what are they complaining about the API hit volume on K9 or K6? Sorry, I'm not very good at this Twitch chat thing quite yet. You'll have to forgive me. I'm sometimes don't get to track it all. Oh, okay. It has to, because like it's sitting there refreshing everything. So I mean, like that's just hitting the API server. So I could see that. I guess I've never worked in a place where there's 100 people that hit the same Kubernetes cluster. So that's never been a thing for me, but that's cool. And I could see how that could cause issues. There's also like, have you used Lens? I don't use Lens, but I've heard some people really like Lens for Kubernetes. I am imagining it does less spam, but so Lens actually installs into your cluster and provides like a dashboard. So there's obviously a hosted, but it's an open source project, or at least was. Yeah, it's MIT. So this is the Lens. I'll post a link for you. So basically, it does the same thing, but it runs from within the system, and it gives you a dashboard that you can go like look at with like metrics and stuff. It's like K9S, but hosted. And I guess actually what is nice about this is there's one thing that does all the hitting because it's actually running its own service. And so no matter how many people check out Lens, it's not hitting the API server. It's probably maybe the big deal. The Kate's Rob, I have been missing this. This is good Kate's discussion. The proxy Kate's dashboard is going. Okay, I'm trying not to be too critical. It's rough. It's rough. Okay, yeah, it's missing dark theme. That's really all I could say. It's missing dark theme. Um, you know what? Okay, so we're just trying Vivaldi. I was just noticing I don't have like my Dark Reader plugin. I'm trying Vivaldi. I'm experiencing the browsers out there. I do a news stream, and I've been using Edge, which feels gross on Linux, but it's actually like worked really well, which is killing me because it does my news streams on Sundays just like I like them. And how do we do plugins in Vivaldi? Is this, where do I do plugins? There's got to be a plugin button, right? I've never used Brave browser. I could give that one a try. Just don't ever open the Gates code base unless you want to have an existential crisis. Okay, so I know that they recently in Go added. So I actually used to contribute to very little bit to some projects in Kubernetes. That's actually in the KK repo. And when I was contributing, was before they had generics. And I've been critical of Go. I write a lot of Go, and I've been critical of Go because I write a lot of Go. And people are like, "Oh, you don't need generics." And I always would love to take them to API machinery because API machinery does some really fantastic things, and they're fantastically terrible too. And one of them was like int set, string set, where there's like concrete types of these things generated out. And I would just be like, here, look at this code, and then tell me that this is okay. Oh. Rob, I think that's like, I understand where people came from with that, Rob. I think actually it's a really good point. Like, I think generics are really important. But I think that what happened was there was a bunch of us that came from like C++. And C++ templates are amazing and powerful, but also C++ templates. Maybe enough said. And I think that there's a tendency of humans to do too much of a good thing. And too much of a good thing is always bad. Every single time. You know, you love your children, but if you spoil them because of that, that's a bad thing. It's not bad to love your children, and it's not bad to, spoil them to a certain extent too much, but too much of a good thing is almost always a negative. And we as humans have a tendency of saying, oh, this is good, so we should do it more. And so generics provide this really powerful thing. They're super powerful. And so we think of them as good because we basically get to write less code to do more things. We get less code to do more things. I don't know. That's a terrible way to summarize it. But in the end, what happens is then we as people are like, we got to use this for everything. We've got to use this for everything, and then we just like start using generics for absolutely everything. And so then, like, Go's lack of generics felt like a breath of fresh air. Because it was like, okay, well, we just don't have it. And so it's not an option. And that was nice. And for a simple microservice, it was amazing. Because most microservices do very little. You have, a front end. You have your Go microservice. And sure, you have some ingress probably in here. You might have a service mesh. I'm not like drawing all the parts out. Whatever. And you don't need a service mesh, but you could. Whatever. You have your Go microservice, and then you have some database. And in this scenario, you don't need generics. You don't need all of those things. It's so nice to have this clean, small thing where you're not doing, this huge the word escaped me. I'm thinking JavaScript dependency injection framework with all this other stuff for 6 calls that make a call to a database, and you're just doing like really minor stuff in here, and and returning it. And Go was amazing for that. What Go then suffered from was, you want to not do this, in my opinion, and you want to do something like Kubernetes, or you want to do something like RunC. RunC is a great example from mine. And it just falls apart because the simplicity breeds complexity, because you don't have that power. Go has generics as of 1.18, and you probably don't want to use the 1.18. You want to use the 1.19, 1.20 because they made a lot of efficiencies. We discussed how they made that more efficient. Generics in 1.18 was worse, but yeah. Interface was unique and covered most of those spaces until it didn't. Yeah. So I'm not going to lie, Rob, and maybe I'm just not as good at Go. Interface always felt like a void pointer to a pointer. It kind of felt like something I saw in C++ that I didn't like. And I'm not saying it was that. I'm not saying it was that bad. But it reminded me of that. I was going to say it was used because nothing else existed to do it, but it solved problems. But I would have preferred the language solve the problem instead of just leveraging something to solve the problem. I don't know. I don't know if that made sense. Maybe it didn't. Yeah, it, like, don't get me wrong, I'm glad that you could just do an empty interface, but, otherwise, it would have been even way worse. If you couldn't do it, it would have been painful, but yeah, it's, I'm glad they added generics. I think... Right. It got abused because there was nothing else to do. There was no other way. Again, I feel like this is every language goes down this path where, like, I like Rust. But Rust has one problem where it's a little hard to learn because it has all of these things. Now, you can just ignore generics in Rust for a while if you like, and that's fine. But it has all those things. And if you try to learn all of the things at the very beginning, it's a little overwhelming. You're just like, oh, now I got to also learn generics. And now that I have a generic, I have to learn how to do some sort of trait. And like all of a sudden, like the memory and ownership becomes a real thing because you can't just copy this simple thing. And now you're boxing stuff because you have a trait. And why do you have to box? And as soon as you try to expand, it expands quickly, I guess is the point. And Go never had this problem. You never had to expand because there just wasn't anything there. And I think that that's what everybody loved. And if you were doing this simple microservice, it was really easy and you didn't need those things. Those other things were just cruft you didn't need. It's just when you broke out of trying to do this that I found it really started to get painful. My biggest complaint of Rust is people use it in the use case scope of Python and TypeScript and Go and Java and the compilation time. The compilation time has gotten better. It's gotten better. It's still not great. It's still not great. I'll give you that one. It's okay though, I think. I think they have some plans in the near future for compilations times. Using it in this is actually what I hate. And this is actually why people say that I would love OCaml, is because I'm at a weird place where like I really love Rust and I love the algebraic types and I love what those bring. And I hate Go's enums and some stuff like that. And I really love the algebraic types that Rust brings. And I wish that like I had a Go variant of Rust. And that's what people say OCaml is. Now, I'm not quite convinced on that. I'm going to have to do a stream on it because people have asked me to. But I would love like a Go variant of Rust, effectively, where it's like garbage collected. So I don't have to do borrowing and ownership. That can kind of just, well, borrowing maybe, but, you know, I can forget about some of those things and move a little bit faster. The Rust type system, it's hard for me when I don't have, after I learned the Rust type system, it's hard not to have the Rust type system. Every single time I get into Go after the Rust type system, I'm like, dang it. I'd love to have the Rust type system right now. Yeah. Oh, Chris Nova's the Chris Nova. She streamed. She died in a rock climbing accident. So for our orchestration layer, so we're building Legion, which will do kind of Kubernetes stuff for the null cloud, but Legion actually is going to use a project, hopefully. I haven't checked in on it. Recently, but I was hoping to use Aura. I don't know how to spell it. It's not Aurora. It's like Aura. Yeah, I think you're right. EAE maybe. Rust. Yeah. This. Okay. I'm hoping. I know that the community around it was kind of up in. It's taken a little bit, but it looks like they're still working on it, which I'm really happy. I've wanted to get into it more. I actually like the concept of Aura over something like runC. And I think it's actually a really great place for Rust as well. She was leading it. Aura was Chris Nova's project. 100%. So I'm glad to see that it's survived. I'm glad to see that it survived. So this was her project, but it had gotten enough people that there was actually other people working on it at that time. So I was worried that it wasn't going to survive, but it looks like it has. And it looks like, I mean, people are still contributing to it. So that's awesome. I need to catch up with some of these people. Yeah, Dane. Aura, or not Aura, but Chris Nova passed away, I want to say a year ago. I don't remember exactly. She died in a rock climbing accident. All right. I didn't I didn't know her that much. I only caught a few of her streams. But I know that the community has had a rough time with that. I know that she did a lot too, despite not knowing her. Rob, if you do that, I would love to look at it with you. I actually think it's a really cool project and something that, like, runC is actually pretty bad. Not hating on anybody there. It just, Go doesn't allow. So Go has one problem. It cannot guarantee that the thread that you called Linux with, the Linux kernel, is the same thread that the kernel that it will return to. And because Go can't guarantee this, Go has to call out to C to do this in runC. So if you look at runC, you'll notice that there is C. So again, this is why I go into that, Go for microservices is amazing. And I generally like it for really the small projects. If you wanted to say that you want to do Lambda functions with Go, I think Lambda functions with Go would be amazing. Absolutely. Doing something like run C is much more difficult, and where I think Aura would really shine. I don't know if I'm super professional. I try to look at things. Everything that we as software engineers have is a tool. Absolutely everything that we have, from our language to our IDE to our team, the people we're working with. So, if I started to work somewhere where there was a bunch of Python expertise, I don't love Python. But if I did, that's the tools that we have to leverage. And I'm a huge fan of understanding the tools. So anytime I'm critical, I do it from an idea of why am I being critical? Why do I dislike something? And is that because of how I work? Is it because of my knowledge base? Is it because of, X, Y, or Z? And then how can I leverage this well in the future? Where can I leverage Go that Rust might be a little bit more painful? Or where might Python be amazing? I don't know. I've never found a place where Python is really amazing, but actually, I use Python. As much as I make jokes about it, I'm actually really bad at Bash. I've said this. I've never been a Linux developer. And so what did I script in? I scripted in Python, and that was amazing scripting language. So I actually love writing, instead of Bash, using Python, just because I know it. Yeah, not real well. I'm not a huge Python person, but if I'm talking about 100-line script somewhere, Python's always served me well for that. I didn't say Bash was bad. I said I never learned it. Not well. I can write. We have small hack scripts in each of our projects for setting stuff up. I can write Bash scripts. I'm not very good at them. I'm not an expert. Bad Cop is the guru for Bash. Bad Cop is actually absolutely the Bash guru. Can I write a for loop or a loop in a Bash? Yes. That's, again, I'm not a super big Bash expert. I came from Windows, like I said. So there was PowerShell. PowerShell's actually pretty cool. I think it gets a bad rap because it's Microsoft. It's actually not horrible. But I use Python anyways. You use Bash on Windows? I just don't use Windows right now, but using find on Windows from the command line is absolutely glorious. I've heard a lot of people love PowerShell. I've used it very, very little. I know it less than I know Bash, for sure. But it seems pretty well thought out as a command line style thing. It's also pretty cool because it doesn't interop with .NET libraries as well, so you can like pretty much do a lot of stuff. I think it's pretty cool. Yeah, I use WS Windows subsystem for Linux, but I haven't done a whole lot on Windows. I edit my videos on Windows. That's what I do on Windows. I clicky with a mouse, so it hasn't really affected me at all in any way. That's all I do. I know somebody said that I should run DaVinci Resolve here on Arch. I have tried that. It never leverages the GPU very well. And so editing the videos just doesn't work out very well. It's probably me, a skill issue. We might try it again, but I haven't gotten Resolve to run very well on Arch. You keep getting burned by WSL too? I mean, it's really cool until it doesn't work. The problem I think WSL has right now, the biggest problem, is there's two groups of people with WSL. There is me, the group that I fall under, which is it just works. And then there's this other group over here that for I don't know reason, it just does not work. And these groups are not connected. There is no overlap. So like I don't know how to help people because I have used WSL to just a little. Like I don't do a whole lot. But anytime I touch it, it just works. I've never had a problem. Not once. And then there's people that are like, it doesn't work on my machine. And I'm like, I don't know. I just clicked the buttons and it worked. So Rob, this is actually something that it was a lot of work to set up, but I absolutely love. I actually stream off of another PC. Because I can restart this PC, I can destroy this PC. We can go and learn about networking by actually changing the network over here and destroy our network. And it doesn't affect the stream because it's just a capture card in the middle of the thing. Wait, you had WSL corrupt a Git repo? You had it corrupt a Git. How did it do that? Like, please explain. This is fantastic. Like, are you saying that it like corrupted the .git metadata information or like corrupted all the files inside of the Git repo? I mean, right. Because it does this like interpolation between Windows and Linux, right? That's a fantastic take, Rob. my best guess. They got something horribly wrong. Oh, you chmodded a file on Windows? What a mistake. What a noob mistake. Rob, I'm just teasing. WSL isn't a mock. I mean, they actually run a Linux VM. So the architecture here, I actually read up on this because I was interested in how they do it. They actually run Hyper-V. And then they run the Windows user, Windows. And then over here, they actually run a Linux. Like, it's their own Linux kernel that they run on Hyper-V. So, Rob, I think that's a huge mistake. I think what they need to do is make Windows fully Linux file system compatible. And I know that that's a big deal. Like, I'm not saying that this is a simple change that they should make. But WSL would be so much more amazing if the file systems were supported. Like, they don't need to support anything else but the file system. If they just supported Linux file permissions and those types of things, I think WSL would be like rock solid. Right, because then you can share some common config and stuff. Oh, the same home directory on both systems. So, Rob, I think, you know how we said there was those two groups, that one it just worked and the other it didn't? The ones that it just worked, I never tried to do anything like that. I was like, hey, I'm working on a video and I want to do this one thing. And since all my stuff is on Linux, I could just open WSL and like do the thing right there, which makes the screen capture really easy to get it into the video. That's what I've used it for. Period. All right, we should compile a do and do not do WSL. I think that okay, so I told Windows, you know what they should do? If I was put in charge of Windows tomorrow, what I would do is I would make Windows the user space. Period. And that would run, it could even be slightly custom on a Linux kernel. This would be like GNOME, effectively. You'd save engineering time. You don't need to make a whole new kernel. Do we need two kernels? I know I would never be put in charge of Microsoft because of this, but I think I would do this, where this is just the user space. But this would be a Linux distribution. That's what I'm saying. It's just the user space. It's just how the UI, how you manage files, how you want to start stuff. Oh, I know it will never happen. I never said this would happen. I said if I was put in charge tomorrow, which I also stated would never happen. Never, ever happen. It's absolutely not even a pipe dream. Oh, your YubiKey doesn't work? If people don't have a YubiKey. At least use the authenticator app. Authy. I wasn't saying I hated Microsoft. I just said if I was put in charge and that it would never happen. There's many reasons you don't want me in charge. Many reasons. Many, many reasons. Oh, you said you hate Microsoft. I was going to say, like, Microsoft is a company doing company things. The sooner you realize that, the easier it is to live. All companies do dumb stuff. Almost without fail. And Microsoft does do good stuff. I will also admit that. You know how I learned about programming languages? I'm a fully self-taught software engineer, and I taught myself everything that I know. And other people helped me, but I didn't go to school, is what I'm saying. One of the ways I learned about is the Roslyn.NET compiler. This was an amazing resource for me. Amazing. It would be a disservice to say anything other than that. Void Matrix, unless if you're working for me, you can always say that there's a better company to work for. I don't pay in real dollars, though, but happen to be the best employer that nobody's had. See, Dutch, what you have to learn is that pay doesn't make a job fantastic. Leah said, built an absolute. But this is where, like, I know that Microsoft, arms of Microsoft do terrible things. There are arms of Microsoft that do great things. We can't look at any large company that we probably can't point to stuff that we love and hate. And this is, I try to take a holistic approach to everything. We can be critical of Microsoft for some of the screw-ups that they've done, and they have done some major screw-ups. They have screwed stuff up before I was born. So we have a long history of things that we can talk about. But we could just focus on those things, but we could also focus about some of the things that they have done that are amazing. You want to know another thing that they've done that is amazing, that has helped my kids learn to code and do stuff? They make this Game Maker Studio. Not this. I don't have my bookmarks because it's on here. I thought it was Game Maker Studio. Anyways, my kids use it to do some visual programming, and before they did Python, they used that, and now they use Python, and that's cool, and completely free out there for them. Sure. So, absolutely. All knowledge is a day old the day after you learned it. You learn something today on stream or nothing, it's a day old tomorrow. And it's a year old next year. And that's why one of my goals is to always look back at last year's code, last year's designs, and say about how I would improve them. This is why I'm critical. I don't just learn from other people's mistakes or code, I learn from my own. I want to say what we did last year, this is how I would improve it. And maybe we should do those public retrospects. Let's do, you know what, next January, let's go through the projects that we've done, the code that we've written, the architectures we've designed, and let's be critical of them. I'll do it publicly. We can do a public review of my stuff. And that's how you improve. That's how I improve, at least. And you know what? That experience it's so hard to replace experience. Like, it's so hard to replace experience because experience is what brought me to all of these conclusions. It's like, oh, I've been hurt, and you know, I've had failures, and those failures hurt. And I, you know, I don't think that failures hurting is kind of a good thing, because if they didn't hurt, we wouldn't be as motivated to learn from them. I'm motivated to learn from my failures because they're embarrassing. They're, you know, like when Twitch alerts didn't work properly because we didn't have a proper queue, that was kind of embarrassing. I had programmed something. Somebody donated some, some gift subs, and my system failed. It's embarrassing. And that was something I hadn't thought of. And those are always going to happen, but I guess my point is, like, failures are supposed to not be fun. You know, they're supposed to not, you know, it's kind of good that they're not pleasant, because if they were, we wouldn't be so motivated to learn from them. But anyways, that's why it's so hard to get away from, like, experience. Like, it's so hard when you have somebody that comes fresh out of school. Like, they're probably smarter than I am, but they don't have the scars that I do. They don't have the late nights when something broke in production on Friday night. Why do I not deploy Friday afternoon? Well, because I have trauma. PTSD is real, and I'm happy to never deploy a Friday afternoon. Just super happy to never do it ever again. We can be continuously deploying to production and never deploy on Friday afternoon. RWX Rob, do you mind if I call you just Rob? I don't know if that you mind that. If you do, I'll call you RWX. That's fine. RWX Rob. I think this is actually one of our biggest failures in teaching, is to teach people to manage their own learning. This is something I'm trying to stress with my own children, is to enjoy learning and to be able to teach yourself. I think if our schools did nothing other than teach people to learn themselves, that it would be an improvement. I'm not saying that I'm not sitting here saying they should teach nothing else. Like, let me be clear. Yeah, not making that argument either. I'm just saying, like, I think that's so important, and maybe one of the biggest things that we lack is teaching our children to love to learn. Out of Their Mind. I do not know this, so I have not read it, so I will add it to my list over here. I mean, it fits with my children. My children are a little bit out of their mind, but cool. I will read it. I don't like banker style education. I didn't realize it had a name. I didn't realize this. This is actually so much fun because there's so many times when, and this happens in software engineering too, where like I'll learn something from an experience, but I don't have a name for it. And somebody will be like, oh yeah, you know, like, I don't know, Russell has done this before where he'll say I don't have a specific one, but where they'll talk about a very specific topic that has something like banker style education. Didn't know it had a name, but 100%, I don't love that. Now, I think there's some of that maybe is fine, where it's like, this is how you add. You're adding two things together. Go have fun. But I think it fails at a lot of other topics. Absolutely. I don't know what this is. I'm gonna give it a quick Google while you guys aren't. But that sounds awesome. This is RWX Rob. This looks awesome. I'm gonna post a link. You know what? I would. I'm happy to talk about it. Especially if it's about people that are trying to learn. I think a lot of people here are. So if you're out there trying to learn and you're trying to help people learn, that's even better. I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to say something because it's awkward. I can't stand awkward silences. I'm like just staring at the ads thing. I need an ad screen. So, like I was saying, what a terrible this is cool. Sorry, I didn't realize there was an ad. I was so deep in our conversation and talking. Does it have dark mode? Oh, thank goodness it has dark mode. Quality website, when you see it, dark mode right here. Quality website. Better than a Git repo. Oh, I'm in Vivaldi, so I'm not logged in, so I can't star it. I can't. One second. I can. I will. I'll start. Just 1 second. 1 second. You'll get a star. There we go. Done. All right. Oh, this is cool. This is cool. RWX Rob, my community just recommended you to me. So I'm planning on taking part in your community a little bit more. So. My stuff is barely not polished either. Schedule is at bottom. Oh, right where it says schedule. Ooh, May 4th. So we're just about ready to start. Yeah? Well, so Rob, you're going to like this probably. I don't know. I don't know you well enough to know if you're going to like this, but one of the things that I have said I'm going to do if we get 1,000 followers, I'm trying to give Twitch a little thing to, achieve 1,000 followers, which is a lot of followers, but we're going to do Linux from scratch because I've been trying to learn Linux better than I do. So we're going to do Linux from scratch. We're going to do like a couple streams straight. I might even take a day off of work to do them. So that might be fun. Thanks, Fight Stick, for adding one more follower to that. Oh, Rob, you should try it. It's a slippery slope. It's a great slippery slope, though, because along the way, you get to start making fun of every other. Like, I'm just teasing. You know what, Rob? I will tell you that like the worst part of actually learning Rust is then using a type system in another language. I like Go for some of the things that it does, but I can like be like, I just wish it had Rust type system. This would be so much simpler if I could just return an option or a result instead of a tuple. That's like the worst part of learning Rust. Error handling is fantastic. I've written way more Go than I have Rust professionally. Rust, I'm not a noob. Like if you're going level 1 through 10, I'm probably like 4 or 5 in Rust. And in Go, I'm like a 7 or an 8 or a 7, probably a 7 in Go. Chris wrote, we will all likely write Go for the rest of our lives, but Rust represents new hope for the future. Probably. Probably. So this is pretty cool. So are these live streams, Rob? Or is this like something you sign up for? Noon to 2 every Sunday. What time zone? If you don't mind. I'm not like searching for personal information. Just Eastern. Fantastic. I'm gonna be. Okay, I'm Eastern too. I'm going to try to join. Noon to 2 every Sunday. I'm gonna make it. I will probably learn a lot. If you're ever cycling through Louisville, Kentucky, which is actually a state in the United States, you should let me know. We get coffee. Definitely get coffee. His cycling startup is almost as crazy as my Oxide dreams. I don't know that he wants to buy. Is your bicycle almost $1 million that you want to buy? I don't even have the power to power a rack. You realize that? This thing draws more power than my home does. Rob, you want an Oxide? So everybody out there, every ad penny goes to my Oxide rack. That's the deal we have. We're saving the ad revenue for an Oxide rack. You had 25,000 racks? Wow. Oh. I thought you were saying 25,000 racks. I was like, my goodness, just the racks alone. Okay, I got it. Let's see. I was gonna say, I think Rob was saying that Rust's error handling is probably better. I'm not gonna speak for Rob. Rob can, but I got that. But maybe he said go was. He'll be over to the dark side here soon. He'll be doing the absolute of Rust for everything. I think Rob, you went down the same path I did. I think 100% we've had a lot of the same experiences, because the if error does not equal nil felt so clean from coming from C++, because that's what I did Windows C++. And if error does not equal nil felt so clean, so simple, so just like, I can just do this. But then, after you write if error does not equal nil 20 million times, you're just like, oh my gosh, I want to be done with it. I just want to move on. I'm ready. I am ready for something different. I feel like that's where I got, where it's like half my function is if error does not equal nil. So, Rob, if you have a tendency of ranting and absolutes, you're going to love Rust. The Rust community is for you. They have a... I'm sorry. I'm just joking. I tease. I like to have fun on stream. We do a lot of educational stuff. But if we want to have some fun, talk about these things, I'm absolutely happy to do that as well. Rust community equals the worst node community. It's like the worst thing about Rust. If you want to be like super critical of Rust, there's two things. There's the Rust Foundation. Rust Foundation. The Rust Foundation is maybe one of the worst aspects of Rust. So we have that. And then the other thing is the Rust community. The worst part is half of the Rust community is actually meaning well, and they just don't do it well. They just don't, like, they're not meaning to be mean, but they come over as very pushy. But this is one of the worst things. Like, honestly, I usually keep my critical opinions not about people, but the people failing in the Rust Foundation has hurt the language, has hurt the community, and has hurt the adoption of Rust. Like, I actually called for the Rust leadership to step down over several of the snafus. And the problem is, I say several snafus. Not that we had one problem, but that we have continuously had turmoil. And there for a while, it felt like a month couldn't go by where the Rust Foundation just couldn't not screw up. And that was a shame. That was a shame. Oh my gosh, Rob. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. That's... Well, yeah, I honestly don't understand that. I like a lot of stuff, and getting personal over it isn't even productive. Like I said, I find if you want to learn and you want to be really good, you have to also be willing to look at your own stuff and say that it's crap. You have to look at stuff that you love. I love Rust, but there's things I would change. If you ask me what I would change, and this is actually, it's one of my favorite interview questions. One of my favorite interview questions is asking experienced engineers what they would change. And if they can't tell you, if they say that they've been programming 10 years in Go and they couldn't tell you something that annoyed them and that they would change, I would question whether they actually, the people that create Go would tell you things that they would change. Like, so I actually love it as a question. RWX Rob. So I didn't know you then. I didn't know you then. I'm sorry. And that's so weird. So you said that Rust was slow for like everything that mattered to the enterprise. I'm assuming you mean like slow to iterate on and slow to like compile. Especially in 2018, it was super slow to compile. They've done a lot of work since then, but that's Dutch, you like pain. There's a word for this. There's a type of person who likes pain. Dutch. And I keep this PG. So I'm just going to leave it there. I'm going to leave it there. Okay, so since I mentioned Rust, I also need to mention that I was not hired by or paid by or asked to, and I do not represent the Rust Foundation in any way. So yeah. I'm going to get a DMCA, I'm sure. They actually let up on the trademark stuff. They actually did. Like they got a ton of stuff. But even when they let up on the trademark, the stupid trademark stuff, which honestly, I actually talked to some lawyers about it because it would have been really hard for them to uphold because Rust is a common English word. So it would have been very difficult, very, very difficult for them to uphold some of the stuff that they were demanding. But even then, you know the Rust mascot. You got your little crab, Ferris. I don't know where Ferris is. Anyways, in that, they were like, we're going to give Ferris to the community, like as a peace offer. But the thing is, like, the whole Rust thing is the community. And so, like, it came off as, like, so disingenuous. Like, even in their, like, backing away from doing what they wanted with it, it still just felt gross. Like, you walked away from it. You know, the only recourse I could have seen that made this not gross was if they said, hey, our legal team gave this to us, and we didn't even think about it, and they were just being overly, cautious or whatnot, and not thinking about it, and we really are sorry, and we're looking at other legal teams that have more open source experience, and that's about the only way to walk away from it. The way they did it just made everybody feel gross. They felt like they don't understand what a open source foundation is and does. It was condescending. Yeah. I love the Rust language, and I do nothing with the Rust Foundation. Like, obviously, they wouldn't let me. When the whole mod team quit, I actually sent them an email saying I would join the mod team, but they had to give me the absolute power to mod anybody. They said no. Probably for good reason. You don't want me as the absolute, the benevolent dictator. That is a scary proposition, let me tell you. Scott, that hurts. That hurts. It's we've just had a talking day. It's probably mostly because I really not want to do what we're about to have to do. I really don't want to do this. I hate this so much. I hate authentication. I hate front end, and this is both. I'm about to do stuff that I'm really bad at live, and I just dislike doing that. Widgler, hello, how are you doing? Yeah, Scott B. The Rust Foundation could learn from a lot of people. There's a lot of different things that the Rust Foundation could learn from. You are right, Dutch. You are right, Dutch, that doing stuff you are bad at makes you less bad at them. Doing them on Twitch in front of people makes you less bad at them in an embarrassing way. In a very embarrassing way. Yeah, like I said, you know, I don't want to take away from running a open source foundation. Like, to be serious, that has to be hard. I have a small Twitch and YouTube community, and that's hard to manage. Let me tell you that. There's stuff that happens that you got to deal with, and it's difficult. So I don't want to take away from that, because I do think that trying to lead the Rust Foundation would be difficult. The thing is that they have failed at such levels that it reminds me of another company that just has a new CEO. There are levels of failure that require humility and require you to say, you know, I done screwed up. I like saying it before it gets catastrophic. I like saying, you know, I'm human. I make mistakes, and make a place where you guys can call me out. If I say something, if I have a bad take, absolutely everybody on here feels great for calling me out, and that's great. I can learn from it. I'm not perfect. I never sit here and tell you the perfect way to write your application. I tell you about my experiences and what I think based off of my experiences. Nice, Rob. Nice job getting something productive done, unlike some of us in this chat. Unity's memories. I've wanted to make a game. I probably, at some point, when I have some spare time, we're probably going to make a game. In I don't know if it's Godot or Godot. I'm probably going to do something stupid and fun in this engine, the G engine. Phaser.js. I would make a Rust game. I feel like because it would be easier than like learning GD script. But the last time I looked at Rust game engines, like, they were really good, but they weren't. Yeah, Bevy is the one I remember. Like, Bevy was great, but like there was no UI editor and stuff. And I'm not a great game developer, so like I know that all of those things, like the sprite manager and stuff, is just something you could do in code, but it's required me to learn a lot more than just the game engine. It's also learning how to like load a sprite map and how to like do all of those things via different components. Wait, Godot has support for Rust? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Don't lie to me like that. It has C# support, right? And it has its like GD script. Oh, they have Rust integration? Oh, okay. So basically you compile the Rust into an object file and then use that in the editor. Okay. Well, I'll look at this offline a little bit. So I think we'll do a 2D game because I actually have a 2D game that I've been wanting to make. What engine? I don't know that I actually really care. We'll see about what we can do. We might do some Godot with some C# or you know, GD script, or you know, maybe we'll try to add in some Rust in there. We'll at least try Rust. I mean, whether we use it or not, we'll at least try it. But maybe what Modprog is saying of being better for like tools and utilities and stuff, that might make more sense. But we'll give it a go. Yeah, that makes sense. Like to build out some utilities and stuff in Rust, some things that you want to reuse, and then like it's almost like, so I have done some game development in Unreal, and it's like you can do the C++ in the back end. That's really fast, efficient, has all the game dev and engine libraries, and then like for the rest of you, it's like your front end people, but your designers and stuff, they can tie into that with the blueprints, and it's simple. They can fiddle with, you know, different things that you exposed, and it's easy, and they don't have to like, you know, dive into it. Okay, that's cool. So maybe we'll try to use some Godot. Yeah, I've only ever used Unreal Engine to make a game before. I'm not a game dev. I made one game. It was on Android for a little while. I stopped updating it, so it's not on there anymore. It was pretty dumb. And this next game is going to be pretty dumb too, but we're going to have fun making it. Game loops interest me because it's a different thought process. I love having experiences where I'm forced to not think the standard way that I think. Because for me, a lot of times I think cloud services and distributed, so, you know, whether distributed databases or whatnot, and those work completely different. I love event systems instead of whatnot, but in a game, you have a game loop. You have rendering frames where you have a tick and you have how much time happened between that tick and those types of things, which just makes you think differently than your other programming. It's actually really cool. I like it. Then you have front end, which makes you think entirely different. And this thinking hurts your brain. Absolutely hurts your brain. Okay. Rob, how did you know that my first game was a Flappy Bird clone? Dang it. Mine went vertical, instead of horizontal. I was being very, very, out there. Modprog, so Twitch alerts, when you follow, subscribe, and whatnot, that is actually using you. That's actually using you. Not using you. You. So in mine, Rob, the smiley actually moves. It could fall down, so you have to actually manage your height too. Multiple levels of complexity. Multiple levels. So you had to jump right to left, and you gained a little bit of height each time you jumped. So if you didn't jump for long enough, you would fall down. It was a terrible game. Absolutely terrible. My next one is almost as aggravating. I actually love the idea of taking an aggravating game mechanic and making the game about being aggravating. I like it. The pillars on mine were also just recycled. 100%. I don't know why making games that are aggravating interests me so much. Maybe that says something about my personality. Maybe I should think about that a little bit, but I choose not to. Absolutely. All right, what are we doing? Let's go into helpers. What we need to do is basically change everything that's an Ori, everything that's an Ori helper to a not an Ori helper, because we're going full. I don't know. I feel like I explained this so long ago that I need to now explain it. What we're doing today, which started a little while ago and then we got sidetracked, is this. Originally, the null cloud was front-ended. The authentication was done by Ori, and I absolutely love Ori. I think Ori is a really unique thing that does a really unique thing that would work for most people, but it doesn't work for me. And the reason it doesn't work for me is that it uses this opaque token. And this opaque token I could deal with on the back end, and that's what we have been doing, and it works. But the problem with dealing with the opaque token on the back end is that these are now bound to Ori. And since the null cloud is all open source, I didn't want everybody that wanted to try the null cloud to be bound to working with Ori. I wanted them to be able to choose their authentication of choice and make it whatever they wanted. The only solution I could find to do this with Ori was adding in the complexity of adding an ingress webhook to a project called Oathkeeper, adding a ton of complexity around this actually doing the opaque token, and then sending this back if it was good. And so I wanted to simplify it because I want people to be able to use this with whatever provider, whether they want to provide their own auth or whatnot. And maybe at some point in the null cloud, we actually provide our own auth. That would be really great, and I would love to do that ourselves. But I'm limiting the number of things that we deal with. We're not dealing with auth right now, so we're not doing that. Because of that, we want a JWT, because what I can do is I can terminate the JWT and authentication at the ingress. So I can just deal with it universally as a single way to do it. And then all of these things have just that universally same mechanism behind that. Getting over it made a game about being infuriating. Well, I will be following in their footprints if I make a game. Yeah. Yep. So, you know, there's no secret. If somebody wants to make this game, they're more than welcome to. The game that I want to make is where you control a space probe. That was supposed to be fire. That was terrible. This is no better. But that's fire. Okay. You control a space probe. And the further you explore from Earth, the more lag that you get in your input. So the whole game is around dealing with lag. Who likes input lag? No one. Who wants a game that's all about input lag and managing it? No one, but that's what I'm making. Yeah, ModProg, you're already triggered. A Windows user will love this. Right. I understand that I'm taking something that is infuriating. Everybody hates it. Nobody likes it. And I'm basing the entire game on the fact that nobody loves it. Probably nobody will play it, but I will have fun making it. I will have fun making a YouTube about what I learned while making the game, and it will be out there for free. So I'm hoping to get the null cloud in a pretty good place by the early summer. And then we have some AI stuff that we're going to try to learn later this year. We're going to try to learn some PyTorch stuff. And while learning the PyTorch stuff, we're probably going to have some fun streams where instead of gaming, we try to build a game if we get the time. So if we do that, I'm going to, it's a 2D game. So I'm thinking Godot is pretty good. I call it Godot because I didn't know Godot was a thing, and I read it as Godot first. I actually thought that it was a game engine in Go. I was pretty excited about that, like Go dot, but it's not. So, I also might be an idiot. Oh yeah? I've learned a little bit of PyTorch. I'm not an expert by any means. But yeah, I'm going to use this as a way to convince my wife to let me buy a bigger, badder, cheap GPU. I need it for the stream. That's it's for work, for education. You have a Jetson Nano? Those look really cool. I tried. Dutch, I've actually thought about learning P5.js because it's a very interesting library to teach algorithms. And I've been meaning to actually go over some cool algorithms that I find. I'm not a big JavaScript person. Honestly, if somebody made a Go or Rust equivalent, I would probably use the crap out of it. The problem I have is I'm terrible at JavaScript, and then learning the framework on top of it, I just don't have the time. At the moment. That's my problem. ModProg, are you in, you're in Toggle's Discord, yeah? I'll hit you up on it. I'd love to do some streams on proc macros. I don't know exactly what that means, how we can make them fun. Personally, I would like to set out with a goal of doing something, X, Y, or Z with proc macros, and and making like a little YouTube tutorial series based off of it. I think that would be tons of fun. Like I said, I don't know. Like, I've looked at proc macros before. They look like Latin or Greek. I don't know because I can't read them, either of them. Make a game at compile time. You play by typing. I'm good for some cursed software. You know that I'm good for cursed software. I'm not upset with this. I've actually been thinking about updating our Kubernetes game. So, oh, Rob, you would like this. We made a Kubernetes hangman game. You know, where you have to like guess the word and you have to guess the letters. We made that as a Kubernetes operator. Well, I want to update it. Right now, it's just like updating the custom resource. You make custom resource definitions as guesses. What I want to do is I want to make it more of an educational game where like you have to do things to make guesses. Like to make a guess of a vowel, you have to create a service. And if you want to make a guess of a pod, you have to create a pod with the named as the letter. I think that would be kind of fun to make it more Kubernetes. Like I'm not entirely sure, but it's along the lines of cursed software. I don't need chaos testing in my cluster. So we had a power failure and I have battery backup for, the null cloud. It's not long, but the null cloud shouldn't go down because of a short brownout. And that's all we had. We had a brownout. But the null cloud was down. And I couldn't figure out why. And I'll post a picture on Discord after stream. But my cat was sitting on the machines. He was getting cold and they were warm. And he was holding the power button down. Sitting on them. So I have the extreme version of chaos testing here. The extreme. The absolute extreme. As that goes. So. Biometric security locks. Unfortunately, my secure facility is right behind me. I haven't gotten the millions of dollars of investment yet, but that's on the way. It's paw print registered. Anyways, yeah. I have like literal chaos testing. I mean, Dutch, it powers the null cloud, which is completely private. It's not actually completely private. You all can get here. You just can't log in. You all can go to nullcloud.com and put your email in. I think this part actually works. If you want to give me your email, I'll let you know when you can log in. When you too can press that login button to do nothing. That is the goal. All right, so we're basically just wanting to set this up to then do the use auth, because use auth, this page isn't rendering correctly. Is this Vivaldi? I feel like this is not. All right, forgive me. Forgive me. I'm going to trigger some people. It is. Why is this page rendering that way? I've been to this page before. It's never rendered this way. Okay, well, at least it's not Vivaldi. This makes it harder to read. I think if I zoom in, though, I can get it to hide. Watch this. Watch it. Ah, there we go. We'll just be up close. That's how we'll do it. How long have I been programming? Very late 2014. October 2014. When I wrote my first Android app. I wrote an Android app. There's a board game called Seven Wonders, and I always hated keeping track of that. So the first thing that I did to teach myself in the spring of 2014 was to make a Android app, Seven Wonders. It was Seven Wonders Scorekeeper, to keep track of your score in Seven Wonders and calculate the score at the end for you. That was the very first thing that I did. I wrote some Java, some terrible, horrible Java. I got a job then at a local company, basically using that app as, before that, I had worked at General Electric doing chemistry stuff. I basically was the person in charge of toxicity of the product. So like basically making sure that we had all the documentation. If you licked something, could we prove in court that it was probably not that gave you cancer? That's probably the easiest way to put that. Not my favorite job. I love chemistry. I don't love the work. Oh, ModProg, you started around the same time with Minecraft mods? That's awesome. Dutch, it's not that. I mean, like, basically what it is a spreadsheet, keeping track of every single thing in there and making sure that you don't have things in your product that cause cancer, or that more aptly what it will be is like, this is a bad one, but like lead. Let's say you want to have an internal weight. You can actually do it if you encapsulate the lead in something, and I'm saying you probably shouldn't, but I'm just using this as an example. Not saying that anybody did this either. But you could encapsulate that lead in something and then put that on the inside of your washing machine for weight and stability. And the likelihood that somebody touches it is very low, because not only is it encapsulated, but then it's also on the inside of the machine where users aren't supposed to be accessing anyways. But if you put that lead on the front of the machine, now obviously people are touching that, because I worked in washing machines there. But the fact of the matter is, does your product have plastic? If your product has plastic or rubber, it has plasticizers in it, which are carcinogenic. So you have to manage how many plasticizers you have, and where you put them, and where you come in contact with them, and how likely is it that somebody's going to lick the mouse. It's probably pretty low, but that's probably worse for you than if just holding it and touching it. That's right, Modprog. Uranium is really the best thing for weight. I don't know why the feds kept rating us, but absolutely, if you want to weigh that thing down, density-wise, absolutely. Do not use uranium or look for it. I probably am going to get rated now. But yeah, so I mean, like, again, I don't know why we're talking about what I did for General Electric. That has nothing to do with programming, but that's what I did. Just keeping track of that. So yeah, anyways, that's it's a boring job. It's what you can get if you get a chemistry degree. You can be like a chemical engineer and do something similar. It feels really dumb to have a degree to do that, though. I guess maybe you wouldn't know what a plasticizer is or a ligand or those types of things, but didn't need a degree. All right. What does Rob use? Rob, what's your Wait, Rob. I'm guessing you use Vim. You actually just use straight Vim, not NeoVim, right? That's what I was guessing, Dutch, is that I just use Vim. That's right, you use Vim and Tmux. I read Vim and I read NeoVim in my head because I forgot that people use. Look, I'm learning Vim, NeoVim, so feel free to shout out key bindings and whatnot. Whether I actually remembered how to use them is a completely different topic. Well, I'm learning to use it, so I'm still pretty bad at it, though. Let's see. Wait. Do you not like Zhush? Rob, tell me your opinion on Zhush. And if you don't pronounce it Zhush and call it the Z shell, that I'm sure that they meant for it to be called Zhush. I'm almost positive. You know, I don't know the people that made it, but I am almost positive it's Zhush. That's fun. Your opinion is why? No, I mean, that's a good opinion. I have no idea. Because then you can use oh my zhush, and it's fun to say. I just hurt people's feelings. I think I just hurt not only Z Shell's feelings, but also back. I hurt everybody's feelings in one go. So, if I'm going to be completely honest, I just use it. I don't really know. I don't have like a reason. I've actually been told that fish is like the actual best shell. But that was, I have too many things to learn. I limit the number of things I learn at a time. So it's never been on the top of my list of things to learn. Learn what comes with the system, then branch out. That's actually probably really wise words. That's those are good. I think there's ads, so I couldn't respond. No Dutch. I'm not browsing from the terminal. I'm good. I'm good. Wait, Dutch. I can still use a mouse with a split keyboard. Where am I putting my mouse? Modprog, I actually suffer from some of the same issues. So I get curious. I like. I think that there's still an ad. I'll wait. I'll wait. So, Modprog, I actually really resonate with something that you said while there was a fantastic ad. You say, but my problem is that I think I'm just too curious to stay with what I have. And so this is what I like to do, because I actually suffer from this. Like, I like to learn and I like to do stuff, and I think it's good to do that as well. But I also time box those things, or try to. Like, I've promised people an OCaml stream because people think I would really like OCaml, and I would love to learn it. But what I'm going to do is we will do maybe 1 week of OCaml, and that will be the time box. We'll do it. We'll have fun. We'll explore. We'll learn. Now, if I like it and I want to do more with it, we can do that. But I'm going to give us a time box to do a thing and try a thing. And we're going to learn it a little. And, you know, I think I appreciate Rust as much as I do because I learned Haskell like 5 or 6 years ago. And when I say I learned Haskell, I played around with it. I did a week of Haskell and learned some of the concepts and why they were kind of nice. And so I think that's important, and that's a good thing to do. But at some point, you have to also be like, oh, you know what? I have problems with Go, but instead of stopping everything that I'm doing, the null cloud is still written mostly in Go, because, like, well, it's an actual thing, and I can have that, and it's cool. Why I use Zhush, I really don't have a reason. I really don't have a reason. You know, I picked it and I've just used it. Yeah. There you go. I don't think I have a good reason. And I think what Rob was saying, learn what comes on the machine first and then move on when you have a reason to, for whatever your reason is, whether that's that you like the themes for Zhush better or whatever it is, that's fine. But you at least learn the thing that was on the machine and why you wanted to move on. Have a good reason. What I did is probably not the right answer, not the right thing to do. Scott B, a monad. We're not gonna get into the monad discussion. We're not gonna do it. Not today. We'll do monads later. But think of it as an option in Rust. Think of Rust options. That's effectively a monad. So when you can return an option instead of a nil value, so you can be deterministic while having something that is not deterministic, is kind of a really bad way of explaining it. I just did a really bad job. Most people just that actually know what monads are got upset. Dutch. Mod Frog, I am proud of you. I am proud of you. I am absolutely proud of you. That's better documentation than a lot, right? That's awesome. Let's read it on stream and then be the judge. I won't do that to modprog. It's amazing. Is it like cursed documentation? Did you like document not your thing? That would be actually pretty fantastic. All right, let me admit, I don't know what CD path is. What is this? Well, look, I'm gonna read about this later. I'm gonna read about this later. I don't know. Oh, CD path just allows you tab completion. Oh, okay. Okay, so you could do like I have. Don't hate me for this, but I have a bin folder where like app images and stuff go, and I could do CD path there, and use these. Well, I know what path is. I know. So I did it in the .local, but these are app images, and I didn't want to put the app images in there because I hate app images. I don't know. It's probably better to put them in there, but I like the idea of app images. It's like I like the idea of Snap and Flatpak. I hate Snap and Flatpak. I like the idea of app images. I don't like app images. And so I just put them all there in that bin. You know what? Maybe that's better. I should have put apps. You know that talking it through, that's probably a better place. Put them there. That might make more sense, honestly. That might make more sense. 100%. So I've used App Image Launcher. I don't know. I don't know. All right, I need it. I need another drink of water. I'm gonna run. I'll be back in like 10 seconds. 1 minute. It'll take me 1 minute. Be right back in 1 minute. Oh, have fun, Rob. I need to have another cup of coffee, but it just takes me a little bit of time to make it. It takes me a little too much time. I'll probably have one after this stream, though. Absolutely. I'm gonna the skill thing, Rob, seems really amazing. I'm probably gonna be there. I'm probably going to recommend people to be there. As it sounds fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Whoa. Rob, don't say that. Don't say that at all. I always feel like I'm letting people down because doing it right and polish takes so much time. Doing it at all is better than us having nothing at all. So I understand that right and polish takes so much time and effort and whatnot. But never let that stop you from doing something that's better than nothing. And I don't mean that to downplay whatever you're doing, because I'm not. I'm sure it's way better than what you're giving it credit for. Absolutely. I've heard good things about it. So, and we can always do it better or more right or whatnot. But again, I don't know. I want to just thanks for putting effort into doing it. Yeah. What Dutch is saying. People get jobs because of your stuff. So Oh, Rob, that's so hard. It's so hard. I get affected by it as well. It's hard not to. You put a lot of effort into it. You put a ton of effort into it. And those people don't see the effort that you put into it. They don't see the amount of time or the you know, they weren't around for the year of you streaming to exactly 2 people or 1 people or 0 people that you put into it. Or the fact that while it wasn't perfectly polished, you put hours of work into it. And they're going to criticize because you slipped up and said node when you wanted to mean machine, or I don't know, something stupid. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. But it's hard. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but your words may never hurt me is maybe true and maybe hard, maybe rough. Well, Rob, we're always here for you. So far, we have a great community. We have some trolls, but they're fun trolls. They're trolls that generally are supportive. They troll me mostly, not the people in the community. So, in like that older brother way. I don't know if you've had an older brother, but I feel like there's some people in chat that would make good older brothers. Thanks for the follow. It can be hard to distinguish. Absolutely. Thanks for hanging out and chatting, Rob. I look forward Sundays, noon to 2, starting in May. Super looking forward to that. Is Modprog about to stream? Is he streaming? Modprog, are you starting to stream now? If you are, I'll probably give you a raid here minorly, not super shortly, but I probably only have another half hour left in me. Probably only another half hour. See, Modprog, if I ever join your stream and I say totally outlandish things, I mean totally outlandish things. But yeah. You're considering you should do another stream soonish. You should do another stream. We can keep the viewers going on another fantastic stream. Modprog is amazingly knowledgeable. And he has a really cool mic. It lights up, which I find amazingly awesome. I don't know why I like it so much as I do, but, you know, lights. Actually, what am I doing? Okay, I was doing... I don't really need that. I needed this, maybe? And maybe this. Your mic is the light, all the lighting you have. Wait. Rob has a sick dancing setup too. I need to catch some of Rob's streams. Man, cycling, indoor, outdoor, dancing, coding, and an interviewing rig. That's impressive. That's legitimately impressive. I don't even know what a dancing rig is. Like, I don't even understand what this is. But it's fine. We're fine. I was gonna do this like I was doing it, but I don't need to do all of this stuff. So I might just delete this file because I don't need to do all of that. I can just do like app.use Clark plugin, and then I just need to add the key in here. Oh, Dutch, you can or Rob, you can speak Russian? I was gonna speak some, but it's gotten less popular. I learned it when I was young, so that's cool. I don't know any computer terms in Russian though, so like if we get into anything technical, I'm done. About the most technical thing I get is bicycle. Look, Dutch, I don't know that I would say I speak Russian anymore. I used to. I haven't spoken it for like 15 years. Nah, maybe 10 years. I could when I watch a movie and there's Russians in it, I can usually understand most-ish what they're saying. There's sometimes that I'm wildly wrong though. Wildly wrong because I'll be sitting there and I won't be I can't read very well, so like they'll be subtitled. And I can't read English very well is actually what I'm saying, not the Russian subtitles. I'm talking about the English ones. And like I won't read them because like I'm not good at it. And I'll be like, wow, that was really weird. That's a weird conversation. I don't know how that deals with the story. And Mary will be like, that's not what they said. And I'll be like, oh, dang it. I was wondering why, but yeah. I can speak English. I can't read it very well. Can't write it worth a darn. I am trying not to move away from like some of the standard stuff. Like just because like I'm just trying to learn myself. So I am actually a native speaker, so unfortunately, I have a mental inabilities to do like written. I won't be able to read much stuff very well, and it's why I highlight a bunch of stuff. So if you do see me read, it's nice and large, and I highlight as I go. I'm just not. I can read. I'm just slow at it. The same with typing. So I was gonna say I don't know that I would feel bad, Rob, because like the idea is the better the English that they do, it's the easier for even non-speakers to read. You know, you have bad English too much, and even the non-speakers will be confused as to what it is. So it is what it is. You know, I try not to get my feelings hurt when people comment about a misspelling. I misspell stuff all the time because like words don't look like, you know, there's this thing where people can like read this word as application and they don't actually read the word application. They read like the A and what it looks like and they read application. I can't do that. This doesn't look like a word to me. And I can't like look at it and just know that it's application. I look at the letters inside of it. Phonics is what I do. And so like I hope they do the same. Like if they're not native English speakers, like it's a learning experience, and I try not to be offended because people are like, yeah, you misspelled application, you misspelled and I am probably the only person in this whole chat that got points taken off in college for misspelling their name. Probably. It happened only once. That was embarrassing. And the thing is, if I don't look at it, I don't know that I misspelled my name. Because my name doesn't look like my name to me. I don't know. It's just, it's a bunch of characters. It's fine. But yeah. So, there you go. Spell check for docs. That's awesome. All right. So we've got clerk running. Now we got to log in. So sign in. I think we have our own custom sign in and sign out. I think we'll yeah, we'll give this a shot. I think I got the Ori reference, didn't I? Yeah, I got the Ori reference here. Is there another Ori reference? I don't think so. You know, maybe it would be better just to go and delete the Ori stuff. I'm actually trying to get something done at this point because I got to get this done. I'm not going to get it done at this point, which is fine. I loved our conversation, so I'm really glad that we had it. I'm just getting stuff done or trying to. Let's do this. We're just going to remove all of these. They're all checked in. Do you know what would be a really cool ChatGPT thing? You know what would be a really cool ChatGPT thing is spell check is great, but spell check doesn't tell you that you've actually done the thing that you want. Like, you describe the thing that you want. And ChatGPT might be able to word stuff clearer because, like, brevity when writing and stuff, all of that type of stuff is a skill that takes time to learn. And I think that being like, hey, this is my documentation, could you make this better? But like on commit, like something like, okay, we've gotten what you write. Could you review how we rewrote it and make sure that it's saying the right thing? I don't know. Maybe that's terrible. That sounds wonderful and terrible at the same time. All right. I haven't used Grammarly recently. Yeah, Dutch, I decided not to do the RMRF just yet on the Ori. You know, I feel like I'd like to get it working. I'd like to. You know, it crossed my mind. It crossed my mind. All right. I think I want to do this instead of... These are being done in like 3 different pages. Maybe that's the best way to do it. One thing that wasn't done with this is these are like really large components. So there's 2 things that I want to change. Really large components. If you look at these, you're like, this is just a lot. An absolute lot. And I don't want to do this anymore. It's painful. Same with this. The other thing is I kind of want to do them in the single file. Like, we can do the script and the HTML and everything in the single file. Splitting them up is probably good, but I feel like making them be one file forces me to keep them smaller. I don't know. This is Vue. This is Vue. I'm just gonna try this. That'll be fine. Will this compile? I don't know. So U is what we used for our Twitch alert. View is what we use for the Null Cloud. Right? I'm sorry, Dutch. Well, we should have done it. We should have done it. What is this in? One of our other helpers. That no longer exists. That no longer exists. That no longer exists. Okay. Wait, where's my... Oh, there we go. We're testing Vivaldi. I never found out how to make do plugins. I need a dark reader. I need dark reader on here. Where are there dark readers? Where's the plugins? How do I close this? Oh, do I press this? Wait. Is this a... Oh, it was a screen. Okay. Extensions. It's the plus button. Where's the plus button? On the left side. I don't see a... This? No, this is a new tab. On the left side of the right bar. This? Add a web panel? That doesn't seem like, That doesn't seem like, I don't want a web panel. I don't know what a web panel is. Oh, we just go to the Chrome Web Store? Okay. There we go. There we go. I do like Dark Reader, mostly because I stream. I hate flashbanging everybody. It doesn't always translate well, 100%. It sometimes is bad. It sometimes is bad. Especially if the website is already a dark, it does something screwy with it for some reason. Agreed. The problem is I don't like flashbanging everybody all the time. See, instead of just a blaring white empty page, we at least get something. That is not what I meant at all. Stop that. I want developer tools. I thought F11 was inspect. Oh, gosh. What, All right, you know what we're going to do? You know what we're going to do? We are just going to yank everything out. Uh-oh. All right. All right. Yeah, blank pages are. So this is why I like Dark Reader, is because it just prevents that from happening on stream to people. You're right that it screws up some pages, but the nice thing is it's pretty easy to turn off. Like you can just go here and say, for this website that's already dark or whatnot, just don't use it. So you can do like some customization for it, like how bright or how whatnot. So it's loosely based on Kickstart NeoVim. As soon as I know that Kickstart is... Oh gosh. What a catastrophe that was. So I believe there's a big pull request from TJ. Yeah. So as soon as this is in, I'm going to do a config day. And I'm going to start with this, and I'm going to break it into multiple files. We're going to add some of the stuff that I've added for Rust and that type of stuff. Another thing that I want to add that I don't have for Rust is I want to be able to set breakpoints and step through and actually do a debugger. I know a lot of stuff I do can't actually really use a debugger, but I want to have it set up for Rust and Go and those types of things. So we're going to actually do a config day probably in the next couple of weeks after this hits. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not saying that it's even hard. I just have never done it, and so I have. I just don't have it. And a lot of the stuff that we were doing, like with the distributed raft stuff, you can't do consensus without screwing with the timing and whatnot. So like, it's not been a big deal. But while I'm at it, and while we're sitting there working on it. I basically want... I think what I would love to do is... I don't know. I don't know if that would be good or not. I don't know. We'll see. I was gonna say I wanted to do like a Rust, or not a Rust, but a NeoVim video for beginners where I'm coming at it as a beginner. And just talking about my experience, the things I wish I knew beforehand, the things that I learned. Anyways, yeah. You've already, I've already watched the Typecraft one. You already showed me that one, Scott. Rob is live cycling? Oh, wait, like, is he streaming it? Can you post a link? One second, everybody. 1 second. Really quickly. This is not a... Oh, it's a be back soon? He's not cycling. He's not cycling. I feel disappointed. Lied to. He is not. I did mute it. Okay. I'll wait. I've been avoiding this work for so long. This is the worst. Let's see. Do we just delete all of this? I'm actually just going to delete all of this. Done. That is actually kind of cool. I'd like to do some stuff like that. That sounds pretty awesome. Are we good now? Oh, sweet goodness. Does it look like this? Is it like attached to his helmet? He has like his heart rate and everything? Man, if this was me biking, my heart rate would be like, I don't know what this is, but it'd be up there. It's getting ready. It's getting ready. I actually needed to. The white, the pure blank screen. Fantastic. Let's look at this. What? My key is invalid? What? No, it's not. Wait, what key did I give? Oh, I gave key of nothing. I did not configure it right. Oh no. That's terrible. That's terrible. This is awesome. That's awesome. One second, I gotta get this key. I'm gonna cone of silence. I need so much. I thought I already had this. Oh, you know what? I know what we did wrong. I cone of silence, but I gotta cone of silence you because I forgot to undo the thing. So you can see. Okay, there we go. All right. Oh, let's see. So does the computer, like, is he just running it off a battery that's like in his backpack? Okay, so he hasn't even hit the road yet. Okay. That's pretty cool. He has a battery in his backpack. That's awesome. So we have Vite Clerk Publishable Key. That's what we have over here, right? Vite Clerk Publishable Key. Yeah, that looks right. So then we have our clerk key. What do we use in main? I don't know why I did that. You know what I'm going to do? I don't know if it's my key or whatnot, but since it is a publishable key, you know what we're going to do? We're just going to put it in the code. I mean, obviously it shouldn't be in the code, but you get the idea. I don't know if it's not getting into the app or like, or if the key's actually bad, which would be weird because it's the key that they just gave me. So it feels weird for this to be bad. Rob's talking about me? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Drama. Drama. What is he saying? I hope it's all bad. I hope it's bad so we have some juicy drama. I need some Oh, I don't know that he found another educator. Okay, so there's two types of educators. There's the types that are like Rob, where they know what they're talking about, and they educate you by bestowing their knowledge on you. Then there's the ones like me who educate you on all the paths you don't want to go down. So, you know, you need a happy mix of both. You need a happy mix of both. Very different types of education. Like what we're doing right now. I have no idea what I'm doing. None. Clark is not liking this, but it literally gave me this as its key. He gave this to me at what, 2JA? 2JA? That's what I have, right? 2JA. Yeah, this is my test key. And it's saying it's an invalid key, but I know this is what... Like I said. All right, well... I hate auth providers. You know how much I hate auth providers? You know how much I hate auth providers? Let's refresh this page. Maybe it will give me a different key. That is a different... No, 2JA. 2JA. AW50. Yeah, this is the same key. Well, now... Show the error again. Let me embiggen this really quickly. Oh, too much? Okay. Error, clerk.js. The publishable key past the clerk is invalid. You can get your publishable key at this. All right. I want to give them kudos here. I have tested some cloud places where they don't default to obfuscating this, and that's terrible. One, because me as a streamer, I like to not dox myself. But it's the same key though. Yeah, I can paste this in just in case there was like some, you know, corruption problem. So Dutch, that's why I did this right here. You know what? You know what? I feel stupid. But I bet you that instead of API key, I need to give it a publishable key. I bet you I just am setting the wrong field. Look at that. Somebody's documentation is wrong. Because I used this. It has publishable key. Did I copy over it? His documentation is right. I can't even complain. I'm just an idiot and retyped it wrong. That is possible. Okay. I mean, this is why I put it in here like this instead of using the environment variable, just in case it wasn't. And then I tried sourcing it because I was like, maybe it's not actually leveraging it, and I don't know. Let's undo this. Let's go back to this. So I actually think Vue is pretty nice. I actually think like I don't have an like I've only ever really used React professionally. And even then I'm not a front-end guru or anything. Like I say professionally, I have touched those projects and feel competent enough to go into one to do things. I like Vue. Just from the Vue 3 seems nice. I can't tell you from like a hush. I can't make a comprehensive comparison, especially because I've written very little Vue at this point, but so far, whatever. I'm not a front-end person. Will never be a front-end person. But I have to write some front-end for you guys to use. I tried to just make it only API. You guys said no, you didn't want that. I was like, look, I'll make a cloud that is so next level, it doesn't get a UI. Just an API and a CLI. People were upset about it. Maybe I should just do that. It'd be so much more fun. Okay, let's see. We did not get a login. Did we do sign up or did we do login? Okay. I think I've screwed something up. Let's see. Login. Okay. What I need to do is delete these. I need to delete this and this. So that's Alt-D. Yes. Alt-D. Yes. Now, for sign up, which is the one we have, we want to delete these two. And we'll just do the single page. So Alt-D, yes. I can multi-select. I could have, but I didn't. I chose specifically not to. Okay, does that fix our sign up? I don't really consider this working. Oh. It's not working. Okay. We don't have everything. We have a template. And we have a script. A template and we have a script. Did I miss copy and paste again? My goodness. If I did, it's really not my day, is it? I thought I copied and pasted. I'm an expert copy and paster. Expert. Obviously not. Obviously, I'm not an expert copy and paster because it does not like what I'm putting down. I am putting some stuff down and it's not liking it. Let's go ahead and do the login while we're copy and pasting like professionals. Oh no, Dutch. What have I done? I'm getting a split keyboard, going non-corgi. Corgi? Isn't that a dog? Corti. Anyways, I'm also not getting to the dog, but oh no, my superpower. My superpower is going to be gone. I will probably use a mouse much more than I should be during that time. At least one template or script is required in a single file component. I think I've screwed up the single file component thing. A ergo mouse? What type of ergo mouse did you get? So, I feel like I didn't miss something. The Ergo mouse from Trust? What is this? I've seen the vertical mice. Mycin. All right. Yeah, this is what my stuff looks like. Why isn't it liking this? I don't know. Also, I don't love how this is. I wonder if Fleet is going to actually highlight this a little bit better. I've been wanting to see how this does. So we haven't tested Fleet out today. I wanted to see. That actually looks pretty good. I wonder if that's it. I want to see how well Fleet works. I know that I kind of hated on it a little bit with the first time I used it, but cool. Okay, so we got a new error. Which is good. Good. So, like, we did solve that. Maybe. Maybe not good? Like, maybe it's now just not working? Now it just refuses to work. All right, beautiful. We have broken it. Excellent. That's exactly what I wanted to do. Absolutely fantastic. How's Rob doing? He's gotten there. Now, I don't know why. I don't know why setup here is causing problems, because it shouldn't. I am confused as to what's going on here, but maybe that's a good place to stop anyways, because I've been streaming for a while now, and I need to figure some of this out. I'm kind of liking this though. I'm kind of liking. I need to get that there because I keep flipping to it. If I'm trying something as an editor, it needs to be in onto, or else that's just where my muscle memory goes to. It said it had Vim bindings. I want to try that really quickly. I think it does, at least. Where is the configure? Settings. There we go. Vim. Enable Vim emulation. I want to try that. Okay. Done. Here we go. Oh, beautiful. Now we're cooking. Look, I didn't know how to do it without a keyboard, okay? They didn't give me a key combination to enable VIN bindings. I don't know. How else was I supposed to do it? I didn't even know where it was. All right, so we could, write something here. Does not... Oh, that's weird. Okay. So, like, :W doesn't save. I guess that makes sense. Okay. Anyways. Ooh, I think it's actually working. I might be cross-site cookieing. I might be. Yeah. Okay. I might be cross-site cookieing. Beautiful. This is good. This is good. That means it might be working, and I need to resolve that. I'll need to tell Clark, localhost for dev. This is good. This is good. Okay. I think we're close to almost cooking on all cylinders. We'll give this terminal a little bit. I'm gonna give Vivaldi a little bit of a chance. I don't know that I love its workspaces. I'm going to try it tomorrow for the news, and we'll see how well the workspaces work out. Instead of Edge's tab management. We'll see how it does. But let's find somebody to raid. If nothing else, we'll raid Rob. Although I would warn, I have heard he is has a tongue. Like all of us, we all have tongues. That's good. But I did... Modprog was saying he was maybe going to. So I want to see if I can't find Modprog. If Modprog is up and running. Modprog is. So we're going to raid Modprog. Okay? Treat him well. If you want us to go watch RWX Rob biking, that looks cool as well. Thanks everybody for joining. I had a bunch of fun. Hopefully you all did too. Hopefully we can learn some more stuff in the future. And hope you have a fantastic rest of your week, next week, whatever it is. And yeah, let's go raid Modprog, see what he's doing, learn something from him. He's fantastic at Rust. Absolutely fantastic at Rust. Good developer. Good times. All right. I will see you guys soon.
Thank you for the raid, Marek. I don't have any nice. I don't even have music. What's going on with my music? I think my music just died. Let me read out my browser. Thank you for the raid. Yeah, my music just died. What I was gonna say, I don't have any like raid. Okay, Spotify just is broken, I guess. Let me go my